Welcome to the evening session, as we have under 18 hours to go now, by about almost 10 minutes actually, 9 minutes. And as Johnny has just done the rundown, we have got a proper battle at the front of the field. Sontalok and Aaron Seelitz together, and we welcome Joe Bradley into the pit lane for the next couple of hours or so. Evening, Bradders.
Evening, everybody. Bit dejected, Bradley, after that result.
I know, mate.
For my team in the championship in the UK. However, back to work. The JMEC Engineering BMW's made it back to the pit lane. This is the car that caused the code 60 with the loss of the left front wheel. It looks more than just a wheel come off, though. It looks like it's got damage to the left-hand side of the car. This is the number 133, the BMW E46 in the TCX class. And a bit of a fan favourite bringing out this old BM, this beast of a car. The car's nosed into the garage. It's just come off the flatbed, and the team have gone to work on the left-hand front corner. And there are spanners under that wheel arch, which tell me that it may be that the wheel... Hang on a second, just let me check something. Yeah, it is a 5-stud pattern, so maybe correct, the pump has broken off the wheel studs. And that's what they're having to change. So it's more than just a lost wheel. The disc has come off with the bell that holds the disc in place, and now they're going to work with the main hub. So I think it's a hub that's broke on this car, rather than just a wheel becoming loose and losing it. We'll keep you updated. Already
8 laps away from the lead, and they were right in the fight there with SRS and Asbest Racing. Well, they've got about 25-30 minutes before they've got to worry about dropping off the podium at least, but that'll be called comfort. What we do know about all of these teams in the Creventic 24-hour series powered by Hankook is that nobody's giving up at this point, JP. Certainly not with well over... Well, we're just into the last 2/3 of the race, aren't we, really? So
I wonder whether that's again a benefit of a midday start, because if you do have a drama after 6 or 7 hours, it's not like it's got to 10 o'clock and you're thinking, why are we going to carry on with this? It's going to be such a long
That's a very good point.
We're only at 6 o'clock, so everyone's kind of like, wow, we've still got the evening's barely started. Come on, guys.
Yeah, it's not even dinner time yet.
Exactly, we can get the car back in the race. So, you know, depending on when you start, 6 hours can either feel like a very long time or actually really short, and we're not that far into the race at all. There's plenty more to get your teeth into, no doubt about it. But I'm concerned about JMEC Engineering. Is that an after effect of some of the brutal treatment it's been given at times through the course of the race? Because Jimmy Broadbent wasn't particularly admiring about the 907's behaviour earlier on.
No.
Put him in the gravel trap, and sometimes these things take their while to fully manifest into a bigger problem.
Another car that's been in the pits for a wee while, Adam Konopka, ARC Bratislava's Lamborghini.
Next door to JMEC. This was the next one on my list to check off to see what the problem was. This is the 44 Lamborghini. Hard to miss out on the track. The ERC Bratislava car in that bright yellow livery and the multicoloured trim on it really does stand out. This car has had an impact to the left rear of the car, and it looks fine. It looks fine. The wheel has come off. This is a bit of a tale of woe, because this is a car that had electrical issues earlier on this afternoon. But what has happened is it's had an impact. The drive shaft has driven through, which goes through to mid-engine car, and just to the inside of this Seb. If we look where the engine is attached to the engine at the back there, that's the gearbox. The drive shaft has driven into the gearbox, and of course, all of that energy from that side impact has gone somewhere into that gearbox and diff. That's a very expensive bit on a Lamborghini, so discretion being the better part of valour. And the car will basically need to be stripped down and inspected. So basically, what I'm trying to say, guys, is the car has retired, and ARC Bratislava are having a beer.
So I think that might be the first car out then, once we get that confirmed. Chanel Prince has been pinged in the Hoffa Racing number 11. It's the Mercedes 9th in GT3, 4th in AM, speeding during the code 60. And that will be a 2-second time penalty, but obviously and they will be able to serve that on the next scheduled pit stop. But you don't have to come in after twice past the line. Now, just moved a further garage down to another car that's in trouble.
I literally have. So JMEC, the BMW with the lost wheel, is in 27. The RC Bratislava entry is in garage 28. Their garage door's coming down. And in garage 29 is the Razzoon More Than Racing, the crossbow, having a massive amount of work done on the front of this, and the rear of this, and the sides of this, and it looks like a complete rebuild. Are we? Sorry, you're one of the drivers on this car, aren't you? What's your name? What's your name? Remind me.
Excuse me.
What is your name?
Christian.
Christian, what's happening with the repairs on the car? It seems that every part of this car is being repaired.
Yeah, it seems so, but we don't know the reason. There is some noise and vibrations, and we don't know the reason yet. So we check the question of safety.
Right. It's Christian Loymeyer, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's right. Yes, it was in my head somewhere, Christian. So the team are looking to see if there is anything loose or broken, I think.
That's right.
Okay. We'll leave you guys to work. It looks like they're working very hard. Thank you, Christian, for that update. So that's the answer to those inquiries of why cars have been sat in the pits for some time. And thankfully, they were all adjacent to one another. So I'm going to have a beer. Sorry, an ice cream.
Well, the talk of affogato and gelato has brought Nick Damon from Alicante. I've just seen a Robinson R44 landing just on the outskirts of the circuit. I think it meant to do it, but you're never sure with the Robinson R44. To be honest, just on the far side of turn 13 there, it went behind the trees. I think it was a controlled descent. Joe on his way down towards pit out to pick off some of the 992 teams. The 992 class led by the 903 Red Ant Racing Porsche that leads overall, and in the full class still a fantastic run by QMMF by HRT, the Qatari Motorcycle and Motorsport Foundation. Abdullah Ali Al Khalifi is behind the wheel at the moment, and they are just on a minute behind Red Ant, but they're leading the AM class by pretty much a lap from RPM Racing in the 907. That's the Chrome Green car with Philip Hamprecht. He's just coming to the line underneath us now, or at least he should be. Is that him there? Yes, it was. I saw a flash behind the monitors. So the gap is actually, where's he gone? 1 minute 48. Just lost him on track again. There he is. Yeah, it's about another minute or thereabouts. As the leader crosses the line underneath us, Pierre Caffer doing Pierre Caffer things. Aaron Thielitz now just a second behind him, going down to turn 1, and to quote Lee Diffie, it is on.
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
Right? This is what we saw yesterday in qualifying from Aaron Thielitz, who was easily the fastest of anybody that tried qualifying in those latter two sessions. Remember, Q1 exclusively for the AM drivers, but Thielitz's time was a 141.7 from memory.
Yeah.
Brought that average down brilliantly. There were a couple of drivers in the 142s in qualifying 3, including Aaron's teammate for this weekend, Frederick Schandorf. But now Aaron's having to deal with quite a lot of traffic, including Lauren Mishbash in the Orchid Racing Team car, the 917 of Switzerland. So as Pierre Caffer scythes his way through, the McLaren doesn't want to lose too much time here to disrupt the hard work that the American has done. Turning right at turn 9 then, and back into clear air now. Audi versus McLaren. And the headlight arrangement on the front of the Audi looking slightly more menacing. I noticed that Aaron's decided not to go with the distraction tactic, probably because it would do no good whatsoever. Pierre Caffer has been in these situations far too much, I suppose, to allow himself to kink at all under the pressure. So heading now through the final couple of corners. No chicane in action, as is usually the case for the 24 hours. Have we ever run that chicane in the 24 hours event? It's
Yes.
okay. And
yes.
It was a bad idea.
I always thought it broke up the lap for everything here. And I understand there was concern about the pace, particularly for motorcycles coming in there. And there was there had been a couple of accidents, quite very serious accidents, the more serious accidents in the past here. But I'm glad to see the cars don't use it. The motorbikes don't use it now either.
Well, there was a chicane earlier on in the lap, isn't there, that the bikes presumably use out of turn 9?
No.
They don't even use that now?
No.
Because I call that a bike chicane. But
it is, absolutely, yeah.
Right. But that actually tracks...
I've never seen that used for anything.
Further along, when I was searching out a lift that actually worked from this third floor, there's a cracking photograph, and it's not dated, but it must be from the 90s, because the paddock goes back further, and actually out of turn 9 it used to go straight. There was no alternative to go tighter.
Correct.
That is the original line of the circuit. So
it's still on some of the console games.
I'm sure
that track is still on some of the console games.
Yeah. But that's well before any grandstand existed at the Kaiser Corner, turn 10.
Because there used to be the cut through before turn 1 to do the northern part of the circuit. And there was a short southern put.
I think that's known as the national circuit. Because in 1998, the first ever 24 Hours of Barcelona, they used that format.
Oh, wow.
Because I was trying to look for a record lap distance of this event. 1998, they did about 900 laps. But that's because the circuit was 2/3 of the length.
Okay.
That many years ago. By the way, it's something like 700 laps, maybe 2 years ago. I'll just double check that. But... because, I mean, apart from, obviously we've had now 5 Code 60s, but early on I was thinking, are we on course for a record distance, perhaps, this year? 7... No, it was last year. It was last year. 725 laps when Julian Andlauer was part of the winning lineup for IMSA LS Group Performance.
How about Pierre Caffer doing on his 56th lap at the moment of this stint? And Aaron Thielitz on his 43rd, and they're still wringing life out of the Hankook tyres, and there's barely a second between them as they go through turn 5, diving down the hill to 6, balancing the car at the bottom of the hill there. Don't take too much curb as you turn in and start to climb through 7 and 8. Set yourself up nicely for the right-hander at 9. Can take a little bit of the right-hand curb there, and use all the runoff without track limits there. Thielitz, well, if he was a fighter pilot, he'd have torn at the moment because he's got target acquired. No doubt in my mind that Aaron is beginning to plot and scheme. He doesn't really need to, because I've got a feeling that even with the amount of yellow that we've had, a code 60, so full course purple, the Santalok Junior Team Audi will be in shortly, but there's mind games and power plays to be made. There was a couple of yellow flag laps, but that's all that's showing in the Caffer stint. Stretches out to a second at the line, and good news for BMW, for classic BMW fans, because the 133 has been repaired and is back out onto the track. Kevin Clark has taken the car out, and they are still 17 laps away from falling off the podium. That's the good news. The bad news is they have lost 14 laps to the leader. Now, Joe Bradley is continuing his beat of shame down the pit lane at the moment. The patrol of petulance. Where have you got to at the moment?
Well, I saw the G-Mech BMW get back in it, and I thought I'd pop back and confirm exactly what the problem was, and my assumption was correct. It had broken the wheel studs, so they had to renew the hub with new wheel studs. I mean, it was a pretty quick job. And it's, a bolt-off, bolt-on job, isn't it? But thankfully, it wasn't too much. It hadn't caused too much damage when it lost the wheel, and they'll be able to get back in it now.
He continues towards pit out, and some of the teams that we haven't spoken to in the first 6.5 hours. Plenty of time to catch up with them though. Through goes the 907 RPM Racing. Philip Hamprecht, that bright green car, just going under my feet. You are just joining us. We will be taking a break overnight so that our hard-working TV camera operators can get a bit of a rest. However, that doesn't mean that we'll stop talking about motor racing. We'll continue the audio coverage later on in the night time, earlier on in the morning, I suppose you could say, with the FIA WEC from Fuji. That comes up on RS1. We'll pick up in the morning at local time 7:30, 7:30 Central European Summer Time. That's 6:30 in the UK, and that will go straight to the flag from here at Barcelona. There is a wee bit of an overlap. It's about just over a couple of hours, actually, nearly 3 hours of overlap there. The leaders picking their way past traffic, including the number 907, Philip Hamprecht, as we just mentioned. Sun now, JP, becoming an issue for the drivers. They will be looking into the sun as they're heading up through turn 3 and then again up to turn 11. This is the time you need that that visor on your helmet just pulling down a little bit. Probably had it open for this stint. Back on the start-finish straight. Last time around it was 1.3. As they go across the line, it stays at 1.3. Jason Hart is the next car through. That's the Herbert Motorsport number 91. And that car is, I think, just coming out of turn 11 through 12 now. Is that the 91? I'm looking across through the sun, aren't I? In a black car with gold stripes.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Yeah. So he is still on the lead lap, and Jason Hart will come around the final corner and cross the line, and he will be what behind the leader? 1:45.6 for him last time around. He's 47 seconds behind the leader. Christian Poulsen is off the lead lap, so only the top 3 as it stands on the lead lap, but the leader will need to pit shortly.
Yeah, and obviously you're dictating the lead lap from Pierre Caffer, so the whole landscape will change again as soon as
you lose over a lap, don't you, when you come in for full service?
Yeah, well, you were suggesting it was closer to 2 laps.
Yeah, I think it is.
Depending on how much fuel you're allowed to put in, and also what you're planning to do during the pit stop itself. If it's full service, i.e. tyres, fuel, which you would do naturally, and the driver change, then yeah, these stops could take almost 4 minutes, I've noticed. So that is 2 laps easily, with Pierre Caffer continuing to lead, but moments away from needing to pit. He's on his 200th lap now, as is Aaron Tielitz. Yeah. Really bothering him a second and a bit behind. And we can go to Joe Bradley, who's found Ben Boonagel.
Yeah, Ben has just gotten out of the number 918. That's the Mulder Motorsport 992 entry. Ben, I noticed that you've done a brake pad change on this car already. So you've worn those brakes out. Is that prematurely, or was that where you thought they might need changing?
I think that's more or less where they need changing. But yeah, I took it relatively easy. So that's why I didn't think I used the brake that much, but obviously I did.
Yeah, that's not really your decision, I would think. The engineer Marcel on the bench. I was going to say the pit wall. There's not a pit wall these days. So it was Marcel's decision to change brakes now. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. I think it was planned to do either 3 or 4 pad changes, and I think you change disc 1 time. So that's more or less how many times you need to do the brake. Yeah.
The sun is beginning to sink in the sky. Is that a problem when you're driving?
Yeah, if you have a clean windscreen, it's okay because you don't have the pickup. But throughout the stint, it gets more dirty, and then you kind of cannot see that well, but it's doable.
Yeah, that's all part of this 24-hour racing, isn't it? dirty windscreens, the sun setting. That's what we're here for.
Yeah, exactly. That's the fun. So.
You are smiling, Ben. You've obviously enjoyed that stint. The car, eighth in the 992 class. Are you guys just running to a program and just keep going round and round, so to speak?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I can't complain. It's a great place. It's good weather, good fun driving. Yeah, can't complain.
With the recent changes to the track here, especially at the final corner, now no little slow chicane, how fast in a 992 car is that final corner? Is it flat out, that final corner?
It's not quite flat. There's the two quick corners before you go on the main straight. So the first one you lift a bit, so you have to lift a bit, but for the second one you have to brake a bit. Yeah.
Yeah, you screw your face up. I can see how tricky that is.
Yeah.
By the look on your face.
Yeah, especially when you if you're at the end of the tire life. Yeah, it slides a bit more. So yeah.
I'll stick to commentating. Thanks, Ben. Keep smiling.
Thanks a lot. Likewise. Have fun.
Good stuff. Down in the Mühlner pit. Bernard and the rest of the team doing well. And, you know, I said earlier on that livery, that H&R blue and white livery has become a bit of a classic. That's been around for so long now, I can't even remember when it started, to be honest. There used to be an H&R team, if you go back to the very start of Creventic, and I really should know this, but I'm not sure whether that's what morphed into Mühlner or whether it was already Mühlner and Mühlner took on their own name. Should ask the team about that when we get Bradders to stick in there. There is ice cream at Mühlner Motorsport. We have a standing invitation for the pit lane team, and indeed
from Marcel.
Yes,
Marcel
Duke.
Too,
so we might not hear from Bradders for a little while, and when we do, he might be talking a little bit more quickly because he's got loads of sugar in his bloodstream. I'm down at the next pit log.
Yeah, he'll have a head freeze.
Oh yeah. Oh, ice cream headache.
Yeah. Bernie Mühlner is the guy to speak to.
Yeah, Bernie. Yeah. Bernard Mühlner,
who is here this weekend. So
he's in the pit.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. There was almost a coming together there at turn 3. That was the McLaren trying to squeeze through, if I'm not mistaken. Are they in the first sector now? Yes, they are. So Thielitz not wanting to lose time on Pierre Caffer, who's still not stopped. Half a second now, the gap, but Thielitz needed to get through there. And it was a gap that was being closed by a Mercedes GT4. I wonder whether there was a touch or if it just got very, very close, and that was avoiding action for the Mercedes.
They'd just gone past Abdullah Ali Al-Khalifi in the QMMF by HRT car as well. And Thielitz, I think, lost a bit of ground there, and now we struggle as the drivers do because the sun begins to come out. The design of this track is great because it's now half past 6 Central European summertime, and most race meetings will be finishing about now.
Yes.
And we've not had the sun in our eyes all day to this point, but because of course we're going on through the early evening, so it was the QMMF car.
There was a touch.
And there was a touch between Thielitz and which one of the GT4s?
The 415.
Was that? It was indeed the NM Racing team. Good call. Good eyes, JP. But now we have, okay, there's long shadows across the start-finish line on the other side of the track, so it's the pit lane now that is casting the shadow. It was the grandstand at noon today when Dai, well, 11:30 this morning when Dai opened up the show. Half of that pit straight was in shadow, but from drivers left. Now the shadow is coming from drivers right, but that means when you turn through turns 1 and 2 and through 3, the sun's right in your face.
Yeah.
Retina burning. Big move down the inside. That's Audi on Audi with the Jutta Racing 71 car, which has had a bit of an up and down day. Down, up and down, actually. They were doing very well, and then they ended up in the gravel and couldn't extricate themselves. Thielitz now charging to try and get back on terms with the leader. Lost a bit of ground through that exchange through the traffic.
Yeah, the Hoffa car is being caught at a rapid rate of knots We haven't yet had any acknowledgement from race direction that that incident was spotted, but it definitely was. And is there going to have to be a review of that between the 4 McLaren and the 415 Mercedes? Again, trying to draw level with Hoffa Mercedes on the back straight between turn 9 and turn 10. And all over the curb for Aaron Tielitz at turn 10 itself. Lukaisa now heading through the Bank de Sabadell corner at turn 12. Kaffa knows that the pressure's really on here, and he's going to come into the pit lane. Well, we expected him to be nearing the end. Indeed, yeah, I didn't think he was going to do another 3 laps. I mentioned him doing lap 200, and I thought probably at the end of that he would need to come in for fuel, but he's pushed it to 203.
63 laps on that stint. I don't think that's quite right. Now he's in the pit lane. He'll get full fuel. Comes to a halt now, and Joe Bradley can give us some news from further down towards pit out.
Well, we're at Mulner Motorsport still, where we spoke to Ben, and then Marcel Duke said, would you guys like some ice cream? So we, of course, said yes.
I told you, dear viewer and listener.
And now he falls silent because he's got a mouthful of ice cream.
Yeah, very nice. Gelato.
Very nice. It's
what flavour?
Nice gelato. It's kind of a vanilla.
Good. That is right.
I don't know if you can see this.
We did for a moment.
It's got like a sort of a yellowy tinge, but it's mainly vanilla. Hang on, I'm going to go quiet.
Which form of coolant is that, Joe, from the Mulner car?
Well, this is human coolant right now. But yes, I might have a bit of a buzz on in a moment. Just leave Seb and I with it, because this is Seb's here, and he can't film me eating ice cream and eat ice cream himself. So we're going to go. Enjoy.
I like the idea. One-handed camera work by the brilliant Das Pit Machine is what we call that Seb. He is absolutely brilliant. Brings you all the great pictures from down in the pit lane and rarely takes a break, actually. He is in some ways like the Duracell bunny of pit lane cameramen.
Yeah.
Also a very good stills photographer as well. And he's going to be doing a bit more of that in the future, but we're not going to lose him from our Creventic broadcasts, is the good part of that. But I know that Seb is going to do a bit more for himself as well. I mean, wish him all the best in that endeavour. I say wish him all the best. There's no point in saying good luck, because his skills and his fabulous eye will do the business for him. I'm absolutely certain. Right, JP, you are trying to. I'm sort of getting closer to the wall.
You are
on the left, which is good. So you can come over into the shadow a little bit here.
Yeah, that might not be a bad shout. So we're having to reposition ourselves in the global broadcast centre just purely so that we're not blinded by the light.
Thanks, Manfred.
Indeed.
Can't see anything on the screens, by the way.
Reference.
Very good. Yeah.
It's cosy over here.
Hello, love.
Hello.
I haven't been this close to anybody since I had me 1965 Sunbeam Alpine. Very good.
Good dicing, though, into turn 10. Not necessarily for position, but you'll find cars of a similar speed here, there and everywhere. Track that's just short of 3 miles, but still a good number of cars running in the race. We're wondering whether the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini is our first retirement.
I think Joe said the door had gone down.
And it's been in the pits for 2.5 hours, so that's a fairly safe bet. But otherwise, those cars that have looked right on the brink of being no more continue to fight another day. I'm thinking about the Holmgard Motorsport Porsche Cup car, for instance, that had an engine go bang, a brand new engine, and then they sourced a new one from Manthey.
The Race Control are having a look at that side-by-side contact between the Aaron Tielitz driven number 4 McLaren from Optimum, and we decided it was the NMA MG GT4, didn't we? Yeah. Number 4 car as well.
Number 415.
415, yes, sorry. Number 4 and 415 were the 2 cars involved. Pierre Caffa has stayed in the number 18 Santalop Junior team car and dropped down to at least 4th position, where he'll pop out ahead of Red Camel by Jutta Racing and Rick Breukers. The Red Camel team in GT3 for the first time this weekend as a family.
Yes.
Rick has driven GT3 as a singleton driver in the past, rather successfully.
Well, Audis and Lamborghinis, I mean, I know it's
very similar,
effectively the same engine, and the same engine position within the car as well. So once you drive one, you should be comfortable in the other. But it's been a little while since Ivo Breukers has driven a race car with ABS, for instance, if at all. I mean, he did do some laps at Misano, I understand, in this Audi, or an Audi. But prior to this season, I mean, again, like the history of this race, Evo comes from hot hatches, essentially, and they've... Remember all those years with the
That 992 car not got ABS on it?
No. I've checked that. I've checked that with a certain Paul Trustwell, and...
well, that's interesting, because some of the cars in the 12 hours in fact, most of the cars in the 12 hours last weekend had the ABS option on them.
Okay. Traction control, yes, but ABS apparently not. Not on the Red Camel car. I was under the impression that if you're in the 992 class for the championship through the year, I understood that was outside of the regulations, but I may be wrong.
As soon as you go over an hour-long race, you can have it in 992, I think. Okay. Spin for Lauren Misbash in the Orchid Racing 917, and he does a flick turn on the grass, which would have been great had he not just lost the engine. He's on the outside of turn 1, isn't he? And comes out through the penalty loop, stays to the left of the bollard, exactly as requested by our race director in the driver briefing that Johnny attended. Sneaked in the back. I hadn't been to a driver or team manager's briefing for quite a while, and I happened upon the team manager's briefing at Spa last weekend.
Oh, excellent.
And sat in it, and he's great. I'd forgotten how much I enjoyed those. It was made very, very entertaining by the fact that Sascha Masson and Jörg Müller were wearing their team manager hat, literally, in the case of Jörg Müller. He had a hat with team manager written on it, which I thought was quite funny. And they kept putting their hands up at the back, asking. They were sitting right in the back row, asking the majority of the questions, which was good fun. So we've cleared that issue at turn 1. And Laurent Misbash actually drops in right in front of the car that he was chasing. The 14th position machine of Chantal Prins in the Hoffa racing car. Different categories of car, of course. I think, is that an AMG behind? Yes, it is. Honestly, the sun in your face is bad, but when you've got the cars sort of backlit as well, and you're looking that way, it's just a dark coloured shadow.
Well, the main straight as well, all the shadow is across that from the various buildings too, so they're going in and out of daylight, and difficult to tell the paint schemes when they're in the shadow of the pit building. 007 on the Lumirac system tells me that that's the 7th placed car, and therefore Ayrton Redon, 992 class leader, so ahead of the AMS and of the non-AMS, in fact. So Red Ant Racing have taken a bit of time to get there. Again, they may not be on an even keel in regard to pit stops. The Code 60s have rather complicated the mixture within the 992 division. 6 stops for car 903, whereas the 931 has also now made 6 stops, but Q, MMF by HRT are well placed. This has been an impressive stint so far by Abdullah Ali Al-Khalifi. Philip Hamprecht is just 6 seconds away, though, from the Qatari driver. And the 903, as mentioned then, having to deal with that low sun. Now there's a bigger issue for one of the Vortex, and that is the 701 car, nearing the end of the lap for Gilles Courtois. And Gilles Courtois is actually able to take then to the bit of track that leads into the chicane. purely to stay out of the way of everybody else. So we'll take the chicane unintentionally because it's looking slow. Might just be fuel off of Gilles Courtois, but the 701 taking its time to come in, thankfully is going to get to the sanctuary though of the fueling area.
Just out of fuel and the penalty box, the Asbest Seat is on its way towards Joe Bradley.
Yeah, the only TCR car in the field, and the car will about to be given over to, whoops, nearly got me there. It's Junichi Umemoto-san who was getting in, and a particular thing, if Seb can pick this up, the seat cushion or the seat insert for Umemoto-san to be able to sit in the car and reach the pedals is some what looks like garage flooring's been cut into bits. Now that's going to be inserted down his back. We're just sorting out the belts now for him to get in the car. Here we go. Driver gets in. Oh no, there's his insert going in first. And you can see where there's got quite a bit of a lumbar support there. So that's going to work really well, isn't it? And it's got little bobbles on it, so it's kind of going to work as a bit of a massage seat. Just sorting it out so it's in the right spot. Meanwhile, the tyres are being changed as well. 5-stud pattern, little electric guns being brought into use. Front tyres are on. And the driver just being strapped in, so Junichi Umemoto-san is in the car and his seat insert is behind him. That has got to be, I've got to say, that has got to be uncomfortable after a little while, like after 10 minutes. But no, it seems to be effective, and he's been using it all week. So we'll keep an eye on this TCR now at the wheel of Umemoto. Wheels just being done up, belts just being done up for the driver. And this, I think this is his first stint in the car today.
We've got a problem, Joe, at pit entry, and it is for the 701 Vortex, which is just past the fueling station for Gilles Courtois. This is the car that is leading in GTX, and another problem for it, it's being pushed into the pit lane by the marshals, where the team are now waiting for it, and it will then continue down the pit lane under Vortex power. Actually, I think it's going to the pit lane.
Well, it's gone in the penalty box.
The penalty box, excuse me, yeah.
Vortex is right next door to Asbest Racing. Just to finish off the Asbest Racing, that's car number 101. The car is now pitted, it's back out. They are unable to double stint those tyres. It's a front-wheel drive Seat TCR, remember, and they're just unable to. The car is just burning up the tyres with the front-wheel drive aspect. I just want to show you something. And now this is the outside edge, Seb, if you get in here, and you see how that's wearing on the inside and the outside, and has that done one stint?
What?
Has that done one stint on the car?
Yes.
And that's a front tyre?
Yeah, front tyre, front left is not doing, maybe the most corners are right-handers. That's here's a problem for us. That's why we do so much box stops at the moment.
Right, is that causing you to come into the pits a lot more? Is that causing you to pit a lot more than you perhaps would like to?
Yeah, normally we can drive 45 laps with one loading of fuel.
What tyre pressure are you running in that?
Hot, minimal 2 bar.
Try 2.2.
A little bit drowned out.
Try 2.2.
Huh?
Try 2.2.
Yeah, the engineers say no.
No? Oh, really? I think I'm going to look at 2.2 there. I know, I can see the tread's just worn away on.
2 laps more, that will be away.
So you were absolutely being disciplined in bringing and every time you brought the car in, the tyres are looking like this.
Yeah, the drivers needs to look for anything at the moment, and when they feel it is not good, they come inside. Yeah. That's why we need to every time in a hurry and keep calm.
Oh, well, keep calm, yeah, and keep changing the tyres. Yes. See, man, I would suggest 2.2 bar in there though.
I'd have gone the other way, Joe. I think you want to set it lower to start with.
Both edges are wearing, John, so you need to up the pressure so that the tyre sort of bulges out, I would think. I'm not a tyre engineer, though.
Are you, Joe, in that theory, trying to put more tyre surface on the road or less?
No, he's trying to put a camber in the middle of the tyre, so it's not working the edges as much.
Right, okay. But
Where the middle more.
There is camber on it, isn't there? So it obviously is leaning as it's going through the right-hand corners. And what did he say? Was that a front left or a front right?
Front left.
Which is the one that takes all the punishment on a front-wheel drive car, clearly.
Especially around Barcelona. Remember, that turn 3 just never ending, isn't it? And it's taking a massive beating. And sometimes you can't really do anything about that because, you know, you can get your drivers to drive slower, but that's never going to work, is it?
Turn 1, turn 3, turn 4, turn 7, turn 9 and 10. Turn 10 and 11. Turn 12 and 13 and 14. Yeah. That's all on the right front. And they're all long corners where you're accelerating through them. And a front-wheel drive car.
So you're trying to create a bulge almost to get the tyre to a point, if you like.
Yeah.
And then that means that as it's leaning to the left, it's flatter on the road surface at all those points that you've described.
That's the idea. Bradders, have you got the Vortex yet?
Yeah, just wanted to stay with me for just a second. The Vortex has made it down under not its own steam. It's been pushed in.
They did have a speeding penalty in code 60, so they were pushed in to the penalty box, and then the marshals had to clear the marshals cleared it out of the pit lane entry into the penalty box. The team have pushed it down to you.
Yeah, always a bad sign when it goes on the hijacks as well. It's gone onto the hijacks, which is about a metre, well, 3/4 of a metre in the air, so they can get pretty much of the whole of the car. So it's going to lose the lead in about 12 minutes, and from the look of this, I doubt this is going to be a quick job. It's going to lose it to its sister car, of course. So, you know, not all bad, but yeah, this car's got a problem that's going to take a big job. I'm not sure what it is yet, but I'll hang about.
About 12, 13 minutes, maybe a little bit more for the team car to come through. Pierre Fontaine has just taken that car out of the pit lane. And in third, the Razzoon More Than Racing KTM. Oh, that's well down. That's an hour plus down there. So it's the battle of the vortices for GTX lead at the moment.
Razzoon was streets ahead of everybody else early on, and then they had that coming together with the 91 Herbert Porsche, which did an awful lot of damage to the front of car 14, 714. And then
they had a spin, didn't they?
Yes.
Because I remember struggling to work out which one it was, because they had the black nose cone on rather than the red and white Milwaukee Tools one. Into the pit lane for Paul Buccini for CWS Engineering. They're fourth in TCE TCX. That's spread out a little bit as well, hasn't it? They're 20, 55, 60, 71, 16 laps down. Doing the maths all the wrong way around. From JMEC Engineering and Kevin Clark in the BMW, who are 6 laps behind the Asbest Seat, and that is a Seat, by the way. But it is that era, and that car is another 6 laps away from Richard Jordanis for SRS Team Sorg Rennsport with the Porsche Cayman. Those three, as I say, have spaced themselves out just a little bit. We should be seeing, or are we going to be seeing, the Herbert car coming in shortly? I've rather lost track, and I think I've missed a pit stop on my software whilst I was changing locations and had to disconnect from the internet. 992 at the moment. Red Ant ahead of QMMF, and RPM Racing have just come back out. Tracy Cron behind the wheel of the Cron Aviation Green number 907, and the second of the Red Ant Racing cars in 4th position. for Jeff McHeels. It's been a bit of a tale of woe for the BARCELONA police car. The car is back out, but I say the front air dam, they may not have a spare front air dam, but it's holding on with a wing and a prayer after it's basically wiped its nose on driver's left coming out of turn 5 many hours ago.
Yes.
Now. Did one radiator at least, but they didn't put a new nose on, so it still bears the witness marks and the scars. They put a new rubber finisher on the bottom of that, which helps divert the air under and round the car. But even then, putting that on was a difficulty because there was, well, that front, it's a bumper cover really, but it is an air dam. It does, the whole piece does something, and it had about as much structural rigidity as a Mars bar that had been left out in the Catalan sun.
Indeed, and yeah, because it's a bit squished, in other words, the parts don't really locate any longer.
Exactly.
They're designed for a certain shape, and once you've been in the barrier, that theory no longer works quite as the designer intended. It's had a number of spins. They got away with it till that point, and then, as you say, coming out of turn 5, a disagreement with some of the circuit scenery, namely a tyre wall, and that was the result. So yeah, repair was initiated, but it took a bit longer than planned. And the bigger issue, I think, far from the superficial damage, was the airflow, yes, but also some radiators have been popped too. So they've had to change some of the cooling system on the 992, which has really taken the time.
Hello to Paul Ayling, back listening to the coverage. Hope things are going better for you after, I know it's been a difficult time. Now, is that a Grumman Avenger that you're putting together there, Paul? Doing a bit of modelling while watching and listening to us here as well. Lovely job. Nothing better than just pottering away at a little job that you've been promising to do yourself for a little while. Doing a bit of work for yourself. That's good. And listening in at RSL_studio, by the way. Paul is in the I need to make that bigger, I can't say that. Struggling against the sunshine.
It's not always to do with how big our pictures are necessarily, just the fact that big old thing in the sky is a heck of a lot brighter than most of the stuff we've got in the Global Broadcast Centre currently. White
leaf, I think that says, Paul. Thanks for joining us, and enjoy the rest of the broadcast. We will be taking a break, 10:30 local time. We will, but there'll be coverage going on a bit later than that, and the onboards will be being cut through the evening, and then we're back at 7:30 Central European Summer Time in the morning. So make yourself a breakfast, set your alarm if you're in Central Europe. That's an hour early, of course, if you're in the UK. Or stay up. We've got the penultimate round of this year's WET coming on RS1 for you through the night, which I'm really looking forward to. If you haven't picked the news up.
You had a bit of a story during qualifying.
I
was listening to that over breakfast.
Yeah.
No spoilers? No, I think we can spoil, because that's quite
people are going to listen in. First of all, the track didn't play ball and started to break up at the exit of turn 1, and I honestly didn't think we'd get qualifying done yesterday. Neither Johnny or I did. And the WEC and Fuji did a cracking job. And then what a story in qualifying. First time pole sitters. AF Corsa, the Vista AF Corsa Ferrari in LMGT3. What a story that is of teams and individuals who've supported that championship and the ACO championship for a long time. Then Cadillac with a not perfect lap by his own admission from Alex Lynn, who sneaked pole position with a tiny margin in the end, but my goodness, he felt he could have gone a little bit quicker. He aborted a lap where he shouldn't have, really. And they'll lead off from pole. And talk about topsy-turvy in this championship, well, that one as well. The team that won last time out, AF Corsa, in the 83 yellow and red Ferrari, the privateer car, didn't even make the hyperpole. Extraordinary. The top 18 cars in qualifying on a 89-second lap for the pole sitter were right on a second. So we're talking about just on 1%. And the top 10 were separated by 3/10 of a second.
Yeah. Yeah, phenomenally tight stuff. So
we are living in a grand old world of endurance racing when we can watch Hankook 24-hour racing here at Barcelona with a quality field, and then you honestly don't know never mind who's going to win, you don't even know which teams are going to be in the top 10 and score points at the moment in the WEC and in IMSA. Brilliant.
Well, the benchmark at the front kind of stays the same, but everyone catching up is getting closer and closer.
I'd agree with that.
It's just concertinaing, so that almost it feels like in future rounds next year we're going to have a front row that has 4 cars on it, let alone 2. We could go back to the 3+2s like at Goodwood the other week.
3-2, 3-2.
Maybe not.
Some tracks are Fuji would be wide enough to do that.
Yeah, probably. The GTs, well, yeah, the hypercars are similar width, aren't they, to the GT cars?
Yeah, the GT cars are pretty big now, but the hypercars are a big unit.
Yes.
They are a big unit. Here we only have to deal with GT3s as the top class. And Tracy Crone with the Crone Aviation green and blue Porsche goes down through turn 5. Saturday night, all right for driving. Oh, doing all right, little driving on a Saturday night, of course, sniffing the tears.
7 o'clock on the nosy. So 17 hours still to go. Jason Hart leads after 218 laps in his Porsche for Herbert Motorsport. Poulsen Motorsport going about their old tricks of extending the pit window, the fuel mileage. Christian Poulsen was an expert at that during the opening stint of the race from midday through to, well beyond 1 o'clock, where he managed 44 laps in that opening stint. The BMW doesn't do that every single time, but Christian's clearly identified a kind of delta time to be doing, and just ticks off the laps very consistently indeed. There are yellow flags now on the start-finish straight, which is an interesting place for them to appear.
Shall I have a look?
Oh, it's a Ginetta.
Oh, it's the 178.
Alistair McKinnon is in this car.
He's right at pit exit, isn't he?
Yeah. But he's not on an outlap, so he's obviously gone across the start-finish line and then pulled to the triangle, the yellow triangle that sits in between the racetrack and pit exit road. Code 60.
It had to be. Yeah, I'm very annoyed with myself. Paul Earling is, well, first of all, he's in in Suffolk now, so he's moved a little bit. So he said, thank you for pointing out I need to update my profile. Not a Grumman Adventure, it was a Grumman, but it's a Grumman Wildcat. I'm annoyed with myself there. Very annoyed with myself. It says it's taken me almost an entire commentary shift to build it. I get some love from Dave Alcott as well, who's given him top marks for the masking. Oh, possibility of a brake fire, I think, there on the right front, because we've got a marshal there with a fire bottle on the 178, and they're asking Paul McKinnon to get out of the car. That's probably just because it's stopped. At RSL_studio, tell us what you're doing while you're listening and where you're in from. So this is another code 60, JP, and this will be the 6th code 60. However, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've only spent 25 minutes under code 60.
Yeah, they've generally all been
pretty short,
quite quick. and some of them have been exactly 3 minutes, almost as if that's an ideal time. It takes you... It's going to take you longer than that to do a full lap, of course, under code 60 conditions, because a lap time at race pace is, in a GT3 car, 1 minute 40, well, 41s we saw in qualifying, more like a 45 or a 47 for race pace. Some of the GT3s have managed 143s earlier on in the race, but we're at sort of 44, 45 currently with higher fuel loads. But yes, after about 3 or 4 or 5 minutes, we often can go back to green, and that's down to very often the very efficient work from the Royal Automobile Club of Catalunya, RACC. There's so many vehicles around this track, and very quickly in attendance now to the CWS Engineering Ginetta.
I think that is our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I think that's our 18th lead change that we had a long time ago, a lap lap 210, and we're on 219 now, by I think 8 different teams.
Okay.
Yeah, 18. Oh, if I could have only looked there. 8 different teams, and some of the stats I can pull up from timeservice.nl at lifetiming.get race results. We've had before this started, we had 247 pit stops, if you add them all together, and number of laps in total by everybody, 6,865. There you go. So I'll let you know. Bradders is in the pit lane, and somebody was changing Hankook tyres next to him. Where have you wombled down to, Mr. Bradley?
Well, we happened to get trapped. We've just swapped out cameramen, and we were stuck with the Red Camel team while they came in from 3rd place. The Audi R8 of the team is swapped drivers out. Rick Broik is getting out the car, fresh Hankook's on, and Fabian Dance now taking the wheel of that car, and he's gone, and we have got a very busy pit lane. The BARCELONA car, the 992 entry of Harry Hilders and Gijs Bessem has just been in and left also. I think there wasn't a driver change on that one. And now we've got the Jutta car. The Jutta Audi is right in front of us. That's the number 71, the red and white and black car. Great colours. And they are going to have a full set. They've already been in fueling, and we're going to change drivers as well. Not sure who that is getting in, but less than a minute now, I believe, guys, before we go back green.
Thank you, Joseph. QMMF still on our hit list. We will get down there. There's about 4 or 5 spare garages between the last garage that is occupied and then towards the end of the pit lane. Every time we get down there, something happens. Hello to Adam Wareham as we go back to Green Flag Racing. He's in Gillingham, Dorset, not in Kent, cheering on CWS. Looks like they had another fire, he says. Hopefully not as bad as the one a few years back. Oh, yes. Good to see Tracy Crone back in and racing again. Yeah, straight back after that early accident in the year he had that big accident at Mugello, didn't he? And bounced back literally. And also hello to Illinois and Chicago, to Marty, who's listening to the coverage and following the live timing. When you get a moment, Marty, if you go onto YouTube and search for 24H Series, if you've got the bandwidth, you'll be able to follow along with the sound and vision. You'll still get our commentary along with that. Hopefully we're painting pictures with words for those who can't always see the pictures. We do our best, but sometimes we do get carried away, so I apologise, particularly in these long races. Another short code 60, JP.
Yeah, and I kind of quite like that, because the recovery, as I said at the time, was very efficient. We weren't talking about a crashed car, we were talking about a car with a mechanical drama and within easy reach of the pit lane entry as well, as in it could be towed backwards into pit lane, and then the team should be able to access it. And there are definitely hot spots around here where cars are more likely to either be involved in a spin and therefore maybe contact with the tyre wall, or potentially break down. There's been quite a lot happening at turn 3 at Renault, turn 4 Repsol, and then at Seat turn 5. There was the big hit actually for the Razzoon KTM into the back of the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. The Porsche was able to carry on at the time, but the Razzoon KTM had significant frontal damage, and that came to a stop just before turn 10. But we've had no lengthy Code 60 to this point, so a fair number of them. I mean, we're averaging just less than 1 per hour. But when it's only really taking 3 or 4 minutes to deal with, then we're still on for a record distance.
I was just going to ask that question before somebody sent it in there on RSL_studio. What was the magic number, did you say?
It began with a 7.
Right.
And the other numbers were 25.
725. Okay.
That is the only...
was last year, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the only time we've got more than 700 laps.
Yeah.
But we've been progressively getting higher up in that lap scoring. I have to keep reminding myself of the big names that have won this race in recent years. You mentioned that big Ginetta fire for the Colin White Ginetta 6 years ago. That was 2018. But the race winner on that occasion included Matt Campbell in a Herbert Motorsport Porsche, when he was racing with Alfred Renauer, Daniel Alleman and Ralph Bone, who of course is back again with Herbert this year. But we had Dennis Lind winning it in 2019 for Barwell.
In the Lamborghini.
In the Lamborghini Huracan,
yeah. That was a cracking race, because that was my race of the year in our end-of-year show, because it was between them and Herbert that year. And I don't think, other than the pit stops, and they weren't on exactly the same schedule, I don't think there was more than a minute between them for pretty much all of the race.
Wow.
It was an incredible race. I remember talking to Dennis after that race. What year was that, did you say?
2019.
Yeah, I have a feeling I talked to him earlier in 2020 when we were in the big yellow flag of COVID. And he said he thought that was one of his best races that he'd been involved in, just because of the cut and thrust of that race.
Well, you just could not miss a beat.
No. When
the cars are separated by about 60 seconds, accepting pit stops for that amount of time, you know, the pressure is well and truly on. 2021, it was the age-old lineup for Herbert, so the two Renauer twins, Alleman and Bone, victorious. When we got very close to 700 laps, that was 695 in 2021. Nicholas Verone's won this race. Now, you know, he's gone on to be a World Endurance Championship champion and indeed a Le Mans winner, Nicholas Verone, the Argentine, joining Indy Doncia. That was in a Ferrari for Wochenspiegel Team Monschau. And as mentioned last year, when Julian Andlauer was in the winning lineup. Let's get to Joe in the pit lane.
It's always great to speak to new teams and especially new drivers to the 24H series and just kind of get an insight as to what they're thinking of how the series is going so far. Now, Neville Jones here has just jumped out of the Venture Racing Mercedes. Neville, 5th in the GT4 class. I suppose at this stage of any 24-hour race, it's just about going round and round.
Yeah, that was the whole idea. Apart from I had a spin at turn 7, I think it was. Just held the brakes too long and tried to turn in, and Matt George's voice was in my head, braking the straight line, turn in and coast. So yeah, I was a bit upset about that, so I lost some time. But
yeah, I mean, you were going to do it. I mean, that was your first stint. Sun beginning to sing, not quite the romantic hour with the sun going down, but still enjoyable, I would think.
No, the sun's really awkward now at turn 3 and at the back end of the circuit here. So you can't really see the curbs, and it keeps changing. So, yeah, it's getting difficult. So
it's not your first race in endurance racing, I should say. You've raced on a national level in long-distance racing. Yeah, but it's supposed to be quite special to race with your sons, for instance.
So, can you say?
It must be quite special to race with your son.
Yeah, really. So the whole idea was we wanted to race together, my sons and I, and at some of the best circuits, which we're here. So yeah, it's really good.
And what's your thoughts? You've experienced the Code 60. You've experienced the Code 60 mechanism. Is that easy to get your head around as a driver, that is?
It's all new to me. I'm not used to this. I'm used to pace notes and stuff like that. Code 60s, 20 mile an hour in the fuel rig, 40 here. It's hard work, and then you're supposed to do your fuel reset, and it's just too hard. I'm getting too old.
I just pulled in and Neville was getting a massage with some sort of, it looked like a medieval tool of torture, to be honest.
It was a torture tool, yeah.
When will you be back in the car, Neville?
I don't think I'm back in till tomorrow morning. So I can have a snooze now. Yeah. A well-earned snooze.
Yeah, you are enjoying it, though. You're still smiling.
I am, yeah. It's really good.
Brilliant. Great to have you here, Neville. Great. Best of luck to Venture Engineering and Neville Jones and his family, who are new to this series. A bit of a fact-finding mission, potentially going to be with us for next year, is the rumour. That Neville, and the man with his name above the door, of course, told me, so it's got to be accurate.
Neville's reference to pace notes there is the fact that he has done a lot of rally driving over the years, and I've got him certainly in the 2008 Wales Rally GB when he was rallying a Subaru to just outside 40th position in the overall results, a rally that Sebastian Loeb went on to win. So yeah, more akin perhaps to action in the forests and on the loose stuff, with the recce run and then being read where to go next by someone alongside him. Exactly, yeah.
So basically, his race engineer just needs to see where he is on the track and go 45 left into, 30 right into.
Todd Coleman, who's racing in McLaren with Optimum this weekend, he's brought his spotter from the States, who's sitting somewhere around the Barcelona circuit. I mean, the best place would be clearly in the grandstand that we are positioned in. But not only is his spotter able to clearly identify the McLaren and to know who's around Todd when he's doing a stint, but he's also keeping tabs on who is in each car, maybe chasing him or in front of him, to give him an idea of what sort of speed it's going to be doing, and also how old each of the tyres are as well. So the spotter, goodness knows how much paperwork they've got up there trying to work out precisely who Todd's going to be out in the car with. Aaron Thielitz at the moment, I don't think he needs a great deal of help, still running second.
We set Joe Bradley a task to get all the way down to the end of the pit lane. Of course, things happen and we have to cover that, but he's manfully headed down towards pit out, where he could see that recovery of the 178 car from the pit exit. Which have you got all the way to the end of the occupied garages, Joe?
Nearly. It's just there. However, look at this. The 178 CWS Ginetta has been pushed into the garage. All the bodywork's come off. It's got major issues. Colin White is looking despondent, which is very rare, even in the worst adversity has been thrown at Colin. This is the car, remember, that we saw have a bit of a conflagration from the right front. So that's what's brought this car in. Now then, I'm going to leave CWS Engineering to sort that out, and I promise, get down to QMMF and get an update on that. Remember, they were a class winner at last week's 992 Endurance Cup at Spa, and I'm intrigued to know whether that is the exact same car that was on the AM podium, on the top step of the AM podium, and it's here in Barcelona with the same, I think that it's exactly the same driver setup, isn't it?
I'm going to need to check that, Joe, but it's probably not far away. There have been some tweaks, obviously, in the CWS driver lineup in more recent years, but that car, unfortunately, in strife after it stopped on between the blend line, effectively, the yellow triangle that sits between the pit lane exit road and the main start-finish straight. Recovery was rather easy. Let's see how long it takes for that car to return to the racetrack. Ralph Bone on lap 227 continues to lead in GT3, and that is an AM driver lineup, so even more impressive to be out front now of the GT3 driver lineup, i.e. not Pro-Am or AM. And Aaron Tielitz is on lap 225. He just ticks that off now. That means that the 91 Porsche will need to pit at some phase of this stint, but Tielitz can only stay in his McLaren for another 30 minutes. And the question is, how much fuel's going to be left in that car at that point? Feels like the driver change will need to come before that car necessarily needs fuel. So they'll be using most of their allocation. It might actually brim the tank though, and not reach the end of it, if you know what I mean. Because sometimes, for example, if it's a 100-litre tank, you're only allowed to put 90 litres in at every stop, but it might only need 80 litres to get it full.
Yes, I see what you mean. Yes, you have
50 litres or whatever. But Tielitz's drive time is going to be the defining factor now at 90 minutes completed. You can't breach the 2-hour limit. And Aaron Tielitz will be fully focusing on just trying to do as quick a lap as possible every single time. Won't be getting distracted by where the Herbert Motorsport Porsche is, car number 91, because that is on a very different stopping pattern compared to Aaron Tielitz in the number 4 McLaren. Roland Poulsen, and just generally the Poulsen family, are able to go a long way into each of their stints in the BMW of Denmark. And Fabian Dance back at the wheel of the Red Camel by Jutta Racing Audi. There's 17 seconds separating the two four-ringed cars. And that's not the second Jutta 71 car that I'm talking about, but it's Stefan Tribodini in the Santalok Junior team Audi, who have led this race on 3 separate occasions with 3 different drivers. So again, that's proof that their strategy's working. At each point that they stay out and competitors pit, they have the chance to lead. And that's regardless of whether it's been Elliot Earhart or Pierre Caffer. We had another driver leading. Krista Jørns led in the early stages as well.
I think that's my only worry about the Optimum car. It seems to be the first car of the leaders to have to come in for its fuel stop. Joe Bradley, how is your task? You said you were going to walk down the pit out.
I'm here. I'm going to ask this driver in a second why HRT have brought their pit all the way down here. So the QMMF drivers are upstairs in the lounge, I'm being told. And the answer, I mean, why wouldn't you? However, the other HRT performance car, that's the 967. Bradley Ellis has just got out the car. He's very soggy. Brad, why is this garage all the way down here? Are you not wanting to give any secret to it or something?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think they wanted to have us close to the buffet.
Yeah, I think so. Well, the sister car are all upstairs in the lounge. You've just got out the car, Brad. Is it a case of, high-speed chess, as I always say?
Yeah, it was all right. I mean, it was my first time driving the car on a new tyre and heavy fuel, like a long race run. And I was quite nervous about it because John, who just got out of the car before me, had done an amazing stint. And I was like, well, that's looking quick. So better push. And actually the car felt good, felt better than it was in qualifying, and we were able to just push for the whole stint, which was nice.
Have you been able to share in any of the success that Qatari's brought to the garage after last week's success with an AM podium in their 992 Endurance Cup? Have they mentioned it? And a win, of course.
They didn't mention it, but I opened the cupboard in the truck and there was a massive trophy. And I keep trying to look at their data, but it's all a bit hidden.
Are these the same cars that ran last weekend?
Yeah, same car. They literally just drove it straight here, so it's quite impressive.
Wow, so it hasn't been to a workshop and been stripped down. It's just doing a 12-hour followed by a 24.
I think they just washed it and sent it.
That's the way to go motor racing. When are you next in the car, Brad?
Sometime in the middle of the night, I think. I think I'm only scheduled to be in once more anyway, so
give us a bit of an idea. Does your engineer tell you exactly when you're in the car so that you can at least, go and prepare a terror?
He does, but then with code 60s and stuff like that, it does change slightly. So we have like a window that we need to be ready in, and one of our team managers will come and get us if we're not around.
And how much time in front of you getting in the car does he want you here?
1 hour.
Right, so you've got an hour, and especially if that's like 5 a.m, you probably need an hour to wake up, do you? I'm not being personal there, I would.
Yeah, get a quick Red Bull down me, but no, it's mainly just in case something happens to the driver that's already in the car, that we're on standby, ready to go if anything changes.
And you're ready? Are you going to get some rest and a bite to eat or something?
Pardon? I didn't.
Are you going to get some rest, or are you going to have a bite to eat or something?
Unfortunately not, because I end up having to look at the data for both John and David, who are two of the other drivers, so I'll end up watching them, everything they do, and coaching them throughout the rest of the race.
All right, you're a busy lad. Thank you. Bradley Ellis there from the sister kart, the QMMF, which I've still failed miserably, haven't I? However, I could go up to the lounge, lads, if you want.
Oh, yeah. Hang on. Ice cream earlier at Mulner Motorsport, and now I'll go to the left. I think we've worked out the secret of their success now, JP, is to have your own lounge above your pit.
Has anybody actually seen this garage allocation? Are we sure QMMF are actually down there, or is this just a long-winded effort for Joe Bradley to find his way to
another hospitality
area? The only place I can go now is the hospitality unit, because I've looked absolutely everywhere else.
We're on the actual pit wall track just behind us. Right, Fabian, show everybody pit out and then the QMMF by HRT garage. And then I want you to pan and just show how far away from the main sort of body of pit garages there is. There are 3 empty ones. There you go, Fabian.
Right, hang on.
Show them that garage.
Just wait.
Just wait. I'll tell you where. I feel like I'm the 4th umpire at the moment. I'll tell you when you're on screen.
Okay, give us a shout.
Right.
Okay, we can see the QMMF by HRT pit now.
Right. Now you see how Fabian's panning?
Yeah.
And you've got the Scuderia Farron, Asbest, and then we start getting into the pit lane proper.
Right, some big gaps there.
So you've got a massive three unoccupied garages before we get to QMMF, who were just kind of out on a limb by themselves.
And then how far can we keep going left?
Can we keep going, Fabian?
Links. I'm links, bitte. Danke sehr.
And that's how close we are to pit.
Oh, right.
Out.
So that is the last occupied pit.
Yeah, it is, and there's a
with
huge
the new building, the new pit building with there's another media centre in there.
Is there?
Yes, which is actually not being used this weekend, but that's a separate building from the traditional garages. So how many garages are actually here in Barcelona? There's far more than I knew existed. 40, must be about 50 garages here.
50 garages here, Joe? 50 garages, about that?
You want me to get them down?
Well, that would be lovely, but if they're in the lounge... what's your name, firstly?
Kim Hauschild. I'm the team manager, and I drive the sister car as well.
All right, Kim, we just wanted to kind of say, you know, fantastic feeling in the team after last week's success. You know, Ampol, the win. It'd be lovely if you could take me to the lounge. Is that okay, guys?
It's the last
I'm not sure the camera will work. What we'll do is we'll just wait until we catch your driver. We don't want to interrupt their lounging.
I will get you one down. No worry. I will get you.
All right, I'll come back.
You know, speaking to the media is part of a job, so I will get you one down.
That's a good point, actually.
It's a very good point.
He's wearing his 992 Endurance Cup cap as well. Kim Hauschild there. He's off to get us a QMMF driver. They're going to hate us, aren't they?
No, they're not. They're going to want to celebrate that victory. We'll be back with Joe Bradley down in the pit lane. JP's going to step away and take his pit stop in a moment or two's time. However, there's been a coming together, JP, at the first corner again.
It's Thielitz again, trying to not waste any time, and he's come together with the RPM Racing Porsche number 907, Tracy Crone. I don't think it did a great deal wrong there, in truth, but McLaren did not want to waste time. There was the incident that involved the 415 Mercedes earlier on with Aaron, and he was driving the 415 at the time. It was Keith Gatehouse from memory, the American driver, and that happened at turn 3 and really chucked Keith out wide at Renault corner, which he did manage to recover from. But
Did well to stay on the track, actually.
that was under investigation, wasn't it? Car 4 and car 415. I don't think we've heard any more about that. And now potentially that's going to join the list now. Car 4 versus car 907, Tracy Crone, who's in a good spot, 3rd in the 992 class. You've always got to be mindful of quicker GT3 cars coming through, but that is always a pinch point down at turn 1, and then clearly at 3 as well. And Tielitz, bearing in mind, well, he's not thinking about an in-lap just yet. Back 20 minutes away, and the American driver, the Team America scholar, Team USA scholar, I should say. Team America is something completely different. Funny movie, though. Team USA scholar, with more damage, maybe a little graze, perhaps, to the left-hand door of the Optimum Motorsport McLaren. Still trailing the race leader by 2 minutes, but crucially, Ralph Bone's just come in now from the race lead and is getting fuel. So the 91 Porsche is in. The similarly liveried Audi of Red Camel by Utah is also in the fueling area. And that will mean that if Aaron can stay out, he will probably head back to the race lead in car 4.
That'll be the 19th different leader. JP's going to take his pit stop now and go and grab some sustenance. So we'll welcome back Peter Mackay. We're having a little rallying discussion earlier on, and I'm sure that'll come up again. Right, JP, we'll say thank you to Johnny Palmer, and P-Mac, if you wouldn't mind doing the class leaders, that'd be good.
So let's take a look then where everyone sits at the, where are we, 7.5 hour mark here at the 25th edition of the 24 Hours of Barcelona. Your overall leader and leader in GT3 AM is the Herwith Motorsport crew, car number 91. GT3 is Optimum Motorsport, who's sitting second, who are about to move up to the overall lead while Herberth take their pit stop. Your leader in Pro-Am is Roland Poulsen for Poulsen Motorsport and their BMW, car number 14, sitting in 3rd overall as well. In 992, it's the leader in 992 AM as well, Ghanem Al-Ali for the QMMF by HRT team, running so well so far. They're just ahead of the number 903 Red Ant Racing car, driven by Lars Zanen. Then in GT4, we have ST Racing, who have a 3-lap advantage over Apex MP Racing, with Fabien Defeu at the wheel right now, if they're BMW. Your leader in TCE and TCX, as it stands, is the SRS Tor Team Sorg Rennsport Porsche of Tommy Groberg. Leader in GTX is it's a 1-2 at the moment for the Vortex, with 2 Vortexes, Philip Bonnell in the 701 leading Miguel Moyla in the 702, and that runs out our class leaders for now, as the sun is just about to set over the back of the hillside that surrounds this Barcelona circuit.
Welcome back to Peter Mackay, and still down in the pit lane, Joe Bradley.
Yeah, and I've literally got the project manager from QMMF, who wasn't in the lounge. I'm calling you Mr. QMMF, but that's not your name, of course. Tell us who you are.
Hi, my name is Amro Al-Hamad. I'm the executive director for the Federation and the CEO for Lucerne International Circuit. And we're running the 992 class car today in the AM class. It's 7 overall, first in AM class and first in Pro Am. So we're doing really well so far. It's still a long race to come, so we have a strategy to go through the night. We had a win in Spa last week, so
that's what I want to talk to you about. I mean, you know, those cars were on the podium. You had a class win. They are the same cars that you ran at Spa, brought here and just put on the track.
Yeah, so we've had a streak of wins now. We've did Abu Dhabi, we did Dubai. Now Spa was the last weekend, so we're trying to continue the streak of wins. The drivers are doing so good. They are working really well with the tire management. HRT is doing an excellent job. So just we have to put our heads down, and then the results are kind of come in.
Now, last weekend was arguably the biggest 992 race in the history of the 992 Cup class, you could argue, 12 hours. How was that received back home?
Well, it was not only received as a normal win, but it was a special one because it's our first win in Europe. Oh, wow. So, yeah, the guys we were concentrating on the Middle East Championship. Yeah. And Spa was our first participation in Europe and first win in Europe. So we hope we're going to bag this one as well.
How much coverage did you get? Did it interest the network television people like that?
Absolutely. Yeah. So as I said, it was a big bang in Qatar because it was the first win in Europe, and the trust in the team and the work that all of the drivers and the HRT are putting in is just like we're reaping the outcome of all the hard work.
Yeah. Does that help motorsport in the region? I mean, motorsport's pretty huge in the Middle East. We're all aware of that.
Absolutely. So if you look at, we're not in Qatar. We're not only concentrating on getting the big championships in. We are working on developing our young, talented people to actually take part. So if you look, we have now the Middle East and North Africa karting championship, and we had a very strong team. 2 years in preparation before we even host, and we finished in 2023 in third overall out of all the Middle East teams. We're preparing these guys now bit by bit in endurance so that they can have a seat in the WEC, which we hold a race in Qatar, and we're working on a F4 program now since we have Formula 1 for the upcoming 10 years. So we're working on all fronts now to elevate these younger drivers and put them on track.
Your car, I daren't say anything because I don't want to hex it, but your car is overall leader in 992 class. Yes. It's an AM car, but it's overall leader.
It's a big one, yeah. We're not only looking at the AM class, we're getting greedy this time, and we want to, yeah, exactly. So we hope that we're not only going to end up on the top of the AM class, but on the overall 992.
This success that QMMF has brought, certainly in this series, will we see more Qatari entries? Will we see more drivers and teams coming from the Middle East to Europe to race?
Absolutely. For us, I'm talking.
Because you guys have proved you can win.
Yes. Yeah, and this should be encouraging all the teams in the Middle East to actually come and race and compete on a higher level. We are now looking not only for the team that we have. We're trying to find new talent and not show up with one car, but show up with multiple cars.
Well, you know how much we would like to see that, don't you?
Absolutely, yeah.
You know how much we love coming to Dubai and Abu Dhabi. And how about a race in Qatar then with the 24H series? Are you talking to them?
We have the WEC race. Yeah, it's the 18-12 kilometer race in Qatar. And now we're looking at bringing more series in Qatar with drivers of our own participating in this series. So very soon you will find F4 and more endurance races. I don't want to talk about things that were not still decided, but people can get a hint at least.
That's a great end, and we wish you well. I know your drivers are relaxing, which is what they should be when they're not in the car. So fingers crossed, and absolutely pleasure to talk to you. Good luck, and fabulous well done for last week. Brilliant.
Well done to Bradis getting all the way down to pit out. It's a great success story. QMMF, Qatari Motorsport Motorcycle Federation. We saw the green shoots of that programme a couple of years ago in neighbouring Kuwait when they brought some drivers across. It has gone from strength to strength to strength. Qatar, the opening round of the FIA World Endurance Championship, they have the prologue there as well this year at the newly refurbished circuit just outside of Doha, and the whole pit complex. Talked to the motorcycle teams who'd been there in the past. The whole complex was taken down and rebuilt, substantially improved. Fabulous event. Doha City. Nice, really interesting mix of the old and the new as well. And of course, with the infrastructure that they had for the FIA, for the World Cup, for the FIFA World Cup, then the infrastructure is already there, and everything then can be tagged onto that. They've got some fabulous football stadia, and the racetrack is, it's taking us about 25 minutes to drive out of central Doha to that. The airport is very modern. Good stuff, and great to see them here. Lots of coverage in the national and regional press of that win in the class last weekend, and they might go one better now. They've just given up the lead, PMAC, by coming in for that pit stop, but they are, I mean, I'm looking at where that is. They are getting to the hour leading the race. That it might not stay like that, but that's kind of where you want to be backtracking from.
It is. It's very, very impressive by that Qatari squad, and I think as we head towards the night, they've got to be really, really proud of what they've done so far with 7 hours and 40 minutes in the bag. So we're nearly at a third race distance, and they've just run so smoothly, no mistakes, no penalties, just knocking through that program. But they've got a lot of good competition there in the 992 class, no more so than the two Red Ant racing cars who know the series well, they know the car well, they know all of that well. So that's really, really important. And for me, following on from your point, John, about motorsport in Qatar, I think the traditional curtain opener, for the MotoGP season under the lights of Qatar, that's one of the highlights of the MotoGP year for me. It's a great racetrack to race on with motorbikes too.
We weren't sure how that track would race for the WEC, and actually it raced really well. The 18-12 kilometres, everybody says 18th of December is the Qatari National Day, which is why 18-12, and 18th day of the 12th month. And we actually got it in under the 6 hours, which I don't think anybody thought we would. And I think about 2.5 hours in, certainly before half distance, Johnny and I were crunching the numbers whilst I was sitting in the press room in Qatar. We did a broadcast from there. Bruce and Johnny were in the Global Broadcast Centre, and we thought, do you know what, this might be close. It's a super quick track. It's smooth. You can run the prototype cars really low there, which is what they like. The surface doesn't degrade the tyres too much, and running into the evening as we did was absolutely perfect. The lighting system is great, much like some other places. It's not too bright. I don't want to see it too bright. Motorcycles are different. They don't have, World Superbikes don't have headlights on them. They have the decals on. Brilliant idea to make them look like the race bikes. So they have to have the full lights. And in some ways, it almost looks unreal. It looks like virtual reality. The reflections that you get from the bodywork didn't have quite that much light there, so the headlamps were working and making a difference. I loved it. I thought it was a great event. I didn't know what to expect. My first time in that country, although not in that part of the world, and pretty much everything worked perfectly. From the hotel accommodation, arriving at the airport, the hotel accommodation. The prologue was slightly delayed, but that was nothing that they could do. Got a little bit of a scrap going on out on the track, by the way, at the moment, which is the Lion Speed car of Daniel Miller behind that. And that is the battle for second and third in GT4 coming through turn 9. I'd love to think that we could possibly go there with the Creventic series. Oh, looks like defensive line into turn 10 by the number 414, which is the Apex MP Racing, Milos Pavlovic.
The GT4 spec KTM doing much better, unfortunately, than the GTX spec car, which theoretically should have more performance, but the GT4 car running really, really well for Apex MP Racing. It's at the moment it's Milos Pavlovic at the wheel, being hunted down by Daniel Miller in that red and black Lion Speed Porsche Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport. That's a mouthful, isn't it? But you've got to get it all the right nomenclature in there, as the KTM again goes to the defensive line, but the Porsche's got massive straight line speed. Mate, goodbye. Wow. So the KTM's very, very strong in the low speed stuff, but the Porsche just gallops down the straight like the KTM was standing still.
We saw that earlier on with the GTX version, the 5-cylinder version, was really good through the twisties, but struggling, well, not struggling, but couldn't quite match the GT3 Porsche that it was racing at the time. So that's interesting. Similar characteristics between the GT4 Cayman and the GT4 KTM, the GTX GT3 alike, it's certainly in terms of performance, and the GT3 Porsche. Very interesting.
Also as well, I mean, you don't see, you don't see the KTM GT4 out and about in GT4 racing as much as you do the Porsche, at least. But it almost, to me, it looks almost like a little bit like a baby LMP3 car in its design. And so I wonder if it just, with the way the balance of performance works, is the KTM being more almost like a tiny baby prototype, is that it's making its lap time more in corners and braking and slow speed stuff, and then the Porsche's making its lap time down on the straight. Funny, isn't it?
There'll be less downforce on that GT4 car. A heck of a lot.
On the Cayman.
On the Cayman, yeah.
I'd say so.
That look, I mean, you look at that Cayman GT4, the Club Sport car, that looks almost identical to a road car.
Because it is. It's about 70% carryover. Apparently, well, certainly the old Cayman GT4 race car, you could get it serviced at a Porsche street car dealer.
Correct.
Yeah.
The new Cayman GT4 and the GT4 RS actually has more power than that race car.
That's right.
And they use a slightly different version of the 4-litre flat 6 engine in the newer versions than that race car does, because they actually use they take the 911 2.9 engine, bore that out to 4-litre, but leave the turbos off. And then the RS has got the 911 GT3 engine, which is different engine architecture on the cars. So there are subtle differences between some of those cars.
Quite a box of Playmobil they've got at Weissach to pick from, isn't it? Oh, well, a bit of this, a bit of that.
Well, and you know what? Audi have absolutely perfected that down through the years, which they actually call it the toolbox. They call it the toolbox, so that you have a platform and you have various parts that the different VAG brands can influence certain areas of, but that you use the same basic platform, whether it's front wheel drive, transfer mounted, all-wheel drive, longitudinal mounted, battery electric, full battery electric or hybrid, and then you've got these box of bits that goes in various places, and you can change the angle of, say, the A-pillar when you're doing your design for your next whatever it is. But it saves them a fortune, because there's so much standardization away from the things that makes an Audi A6 say different, or an Audi A8 say different from a Bentley, different, an Urus different, Lamborghini Urus different from a Cayenne GT Turbo or a Q8 RS.
It's very clever, isn't it? And that was Dr. Ferdinand Piech's legacy on that company. That was his big thing, wasn't it? He came in, and you look what VAG Group did with the Skoda brand. Just revolutionary. One of the greatest stories in motoring history. Seat, another good example.
Cupra branched off from Seat. Now it's as big, if not bigger, brand than Seat. Seat was the young, sporty side of the Volkswagen AG brand, and Cupra has become the more sporty side of that, including from recently with the Formentor and the Cupra Born, their first ever specifically designed cars. They are not versions of other VAG
hot Seats.
Yeah,
they're Cupras. Yeah, it's very, very interesting the way that it's put together.
How goes the Cupra?
Yeah,
actually, that is a Seat.
This is a Seat, which shows its age. The Seat sort of TCR-based machine car 101. In fact, I don't know if it's a full TCR. I think it's more maybe a Leon Cup car, actually.
I think you might be right.
But it is running in second in class at the moment. 6 laps behind the class leader, but keep driving, keep going, and that could be a class lead before you know it.
Talked to the team earlier on with Bradders, and it cannot do a full fuel stint in that car because they are burning left front tyres beforehand. So they are running, the determinant of the stint is the wear on the left front tyre, and they've got it. They think they can do about 28 to 30 laps, and then the car has to come in. They could normally do another 15 laps on fuel, but they are literally taking it down as far as they dare with that left front. Long before the two brands were really incorporated into the same place, of course, the first Seat Ibiza had a system Porsche engine. The cylinder head was designed by Porsche on the 1.2 engine for the very square Seat Ibiza. That car's not up to speed, is it?
No, it isn't. No, Peter Baumann is going very slowly at the moment. He is driving slowly, as in the car is going slowly underneath him. It's not up to the pace it should be. You're right, John.
Staying offline. That's very gentlemanly behaviour. You raised an eyebrow when I said about it. There were decals on the bottom of the door that said System Porsche and powered by System Porsche on the Mark 1 Ibizas. Somebody will find that for me, won't you? At RSL_studio. I'd love some of those old System Porsche decals if anybody's got any, so that they can go onto Eve's Ibiza station wagon.
That'd be good. Into
the pit lane for that car. Now, do we have to worry about Peter Baumann? That was an outlap for Peter. What if he just hasn't got the...
Do you think it's a loose wheel?
Well, he hasn't gone through fuel. He's coming in. Did he not get the pit lane speed limiter sorted? Also in is Philippe Bonnell in the Vortex V8, still leading its class, but that's the 701 car. It had its problems earlier on, but it is back out again. The 702, second in the class, and that's closed up a lot, that gap. It's down now to just 5 laps or 10 minutes. Meantime, as Best Racing, Peter Baumann has got that car back to the safety of his pits. They're looking inside, they're cooling the turbo on that car. Something is not right. The whole of the pit lane now in shade, and we will be into proper gloaming and twilight. They are looking at that left front Hankook tyre. They're taking a reading. Have they got something stuck between the edge of the front splitter and the front wheel? Left front wheel. They'll take a look at that just to make sure that they're not overly wearing that. But that was an outlap for that car.
And good call from the driver, because it's down to the driver at that point to think, wait, something's not right here. And if you ignore it and something goes more wrong, you're going to lose way more time or potentially end the race.
That isn't an old version of a Seat Leon. That mustn't be a TCR car. Diana is on the scene. They're cooling the engine down with the bonnet open, but they were looking at the left front tyre. We know that's been an issue.
Yes, I'm with...
What's going on, Di?
I'm with Junichi, who's just jumped out of the car, so he's the best man to tell us what's going on. He thought it was a bit of a turbo. He just said to me he thinks it's a turbo issue. Junichi, what's the problem?
Probably it has a gearbox turbo.
Gearbox and turbo, yeah?
DCT, now checking that fixed by ECU. So they're checking it, coming back. And
was there any problem with the tyre?
I hope they'll solve the problem, but sorry, I'm just driver.
I know, don't worry. Thank you so much anyway. He's not sure, he said he hopes they've solved the problem. As you can see, he's just jumped out of that car.
Well, actually...
needs to get a few liquids in him.
Yeah, he jumped out 2 laps ago left and gave the car to Peter Baumann. Bauman's just done the one lap and come straight back in. So whatever they thought they may have fixed, clearly they haven't. And that car still needs some work. They have got about 10 minutes before they will lose second position to Kevin Clark and JMEC Engineering's BMW. So Diana Binks in the pit lane, through to the end of our coverage tonight in about 2.5 hours time, but you'll still have some onboards for about an hour after that, and then we're back at 6:30 Central European Summertime. Check that, 7:30 Central European Summertime tomorrow. I just panicked everybody back in the UK, up in London. And good evening to Kez Cobb, who's doing the evening session for us there.
She's fueled by Sacred Coffee.
I saw that.
So that's how you keep the team going. Sacred Coffee Affogato in our studio.
Impressive from Tim Gray. Had the vanilla ice cream there, and thanks to Tubbs and the Sacred Coffee team, we keep them supplied down there, as well as at the Global Broadcast Centre, wherever that is in the world. And Studio 2 as well at Hindhoff Tires. Mixture of blends. They are the official coffee of the Porsche Carrera Cup GB and Penske Porsche Motorsport, actually. So there's plenty of Porsche connections there. Oh, right onto the marbles for... Was that Fabian Dance in the red Camel by Jutta Racing? Yes, it was, coming down the pit wall in the black and gold Audi in fourth position. He's 5 seconds away from a podium position at the moment. Robert McGuinness in the Optimum Motorsport machine. Fabian has been in that car
45 minutes, 46.
Yeah. Actually, he's done 20, yes, exactly, 25 laps, spot on. Whereas Aaron Telitz has just got out of the Optimum car. So once again, the Optimum car is the first car of the leading group, Pete, to come into the pit lane. And they've not made it to the hour.
No.
The top of the hour.
No, I do think, though, that on balance, based on the breadth of their driver lineup and that McLaren itself, they seem to have the package, the quick package to win. But they've got to run clean, not give away too much time in the pits. The odd bits and pieces here and there are not so bad, but it's a major delay is what they'll be praying they don't have. It's going to be well, potentially a battle of attrition. A little bit of damage, just a tiny little bit of loose bodywork on the right-hand flank of the red Camel Audi. That's been around for pretty much the whole race.
Yes,
so
exactly.
Not a concern.
I don't think so. We've been following a story with the number 178. That is the CWS Ginetta. Colin White was elbow deep in the car the last time we were there, so Joe Bradley left him alone. He's come to the front of the garage to talk to Diana Binks.
Yes, I am with Colin now. I chose my moment carefully before I came in to see you, Colin. Obviously disappointed that the car is in the garage at this stage of the race, but just tell us what the challenges were that have brought it to this point.
Well, we got hit in the very early stages, hitting the side of the car, which damaged the rear wheel and the drive shaft. Closed the extended exhaust off, so it made him run unbalanced from side to side. And we never seen that till later on. So we've been coming in doing minor repairs to sort of get it back in order. But the car cut out, and someone set the fire extinguisher off because the seal was on fire. And once you do that, you can't race. We've located a fire extinguisher, and we're now going to put it in the car and then just check out any other problems so we can get it going.
You never give up, do you? You keep going.
No, we come a long way to go racing, you know. But we're after the championship win, so we need to clarify what we need to do today and tonight with the championship, and then we can then nurse the car accordingly.
This circuit always presents a number of challenges, doesn't it?
Yeah, we've never had much success, but they've certainly changed the track and made the track so much better. The back corner is so brilliant to drive. It's just, you know, it's a good track, but it's hard.
But that's why you keep doing it, isn't it?
Yeah, that's why everybody comes back again, don't they? Yeah.
Well, I'm pleased to hear that you're going to get the car back out there, that's for sure.
Yeah, we're going to have a good go, yeah.
Thanks, Colin.
Thank you all. Bye-bye.
Oh, what a character, Mr. White. He is the sort of person that we don't celebrate enough in motorsport.
He's done nearly 500 race meetings.
Yeah.
Imagine that.
What, in all types of motor racing?
In all types.
He's done oval.
NASCAR.
Yeah, I remember him in NASCAR. I was at Rockingham when NASCAR was going.
Yeah, I mean, hugely experienced. And actually what he does for the Ginetta brand in motorsport too, and he's very loyal to the Ginetta brand, is Colin White. And like you said, no matter what happens to their car, they carry on, they crack on. Nothing keeps them down for very long. And as soon as he's put that spanner down, he'll be putting his helmet and hands on and back out in the car again. That's what I love about it. That CWS Engineering car. And one cool story is the Red Camel Jordan's crew. They're a front runner always in the Porsche Cup car, but they've treated themselves a little bit. They've moved up to the GT3 car this weekend to try and have a pop at an overall win and try to lift the Trofeo Fermi Velez. And so far, it's going pretty well. They're sitting in 4th overall at the moment. They're just ahead, actually, of the Poulsen BMW, which is also, in fact, I tell a lie, it's a very similarly painted car. It's actually effectively their teammate, Jutta Racing's number 71 machine, which is another great story. Started right at the back. They're up to 7th overall. They've had a big repair job after a crash in qualifying yesterday as they duck into the pits there. So Jutta certainly have been very, very busy, but the Red Camels team have paired up with Jutta and running that Audi and doing a magnificent job, and they're right in the mix. If they can keep running clean, they could emerge at sunrise tomorrow with a shout.
Coming down to another milestone, 16 hours to go. Live coverage of the 24-hour series powered by Hankook. And we are now through another hour as we head to 8 o'clock in the evening, live from the circuit of Catalonia, Barcelona. This is Radio Show Limited on RS1 and around the world in sound and vision. So let's take a look at the results.
So well, before we look at the results, the calendar is looking good already because we've got a visit to the Dubai Autodrome a week before Christmas for some testing ahead of the year, and the 20th 24-hour of Dubai in the second weekend in January. What a way to kick off the racing year. And then a week later, go across the Gulf a little to Abu Dhabi. 6 hours of Abu Dhabi, two real staple events.
Hours drive, that's all it is.
Is that all it is?
Yeah,
wow.
About two and a half hours drive between the two tracks.
Yeah,
it's great.
24 hours of Dubai, a new era, and as usual, a huge plethora of names. One name that immediately pops out to me is Scuderia Praha, a team that's had a lot of success in returning to the championship. Haas RT, and a real staple of the 24H series. Rinaldi.
That is 56 cars, 56 teams there. 56 teams there already.
Cherny Motorsport come to you. Century BMW. Windward Racing.
Yeah, the Windward, that is very interesting. Been talking to Russell and Bryce Ward about that. Obviously, I've seen them racing in IMSA. This will be their first go at the 24 Hours at Dubai. They have expanded from the US into Europe. They're at Altenbach. They run the DTM cars out of there as well. And Christian Hohenadel, part of that organisation, who knows this championship very, very well. So before I slope off and make way for Joe Bradley, it's Santalok from Herbeth by 50 seconds. The Santalok car due in next of the leaders. Ralph Bourne 17 laps into his stint. Then Optimum, who have... Now, they're stopped... they're one stop further on, aren't they? At least one stop further on in terms of the strategy. And Robert McGuinness has been in that car for 5 laps. They are just off the lead lap at the moment. Then it's Red Camel in a very creditable position of 4th as they're trying to chase down Optimum for a podium spot. Paulson Motorsport, E2P Racing in 6th, ahead a trio of Porsches in 6th, 7th and 8th, which includes the battle at the front of the 992 class. 7th Red Ant Racing, QMMF by HRT, 2nd in the overall 992 and leading in Jutta. What a comeback. That car was finished at 4 o'clock this morning and is now inside the top 10 and better than that in class. Then RPM, Red Ant's second car, that's the bright yellow car. Hoffer Racing have had their downs and now back-ups. Alexander Prince had a very nasty moment with a puncture. Then it's... and he managed to get it back. HRT Performance, David Holloway out there in 13th. Mullner in 14th for their Cup car. Orchid Racing Team and ST Racing in GT4 are the leaders there in 16th position. But they've got Lion Speed literally breathing down their necks at the moment from MRS GT. Venture Engineering second in the GT4 category. No, it's Lion Speed the second in the GT4, rather. Venture in third. NM Racing 4th. Apex in 5th in GT4. Then Land Motorsport, SRS Team Rennsport in 23rd. 24th is the 992 AM class Porsche of Baz Kooten. That's the police liveried car. Most of these cars from here on down have had some problems. The 101 machine has gone back out with Peter Baumann at the... Oh, no, it hasn't. It still sits in the pit lane with that turbo issue. So they are now within about 8 minutes of losing that second place. Vortex, RD Signs, JMEC on the comeback trail. They were leading the class before they lost a wheel in TCE TCX. GSR coming back from a very early problem to the right hand side of that car. The second Vortex, Team Africa, a bit late on parade, but have been, touch wood, faultless since then. Is that car is still running? They're in the fuel at the moment, according to the timing screen. Razu More Than Racing in 32nd position. Then CWS will be out as soon as it can be. Roads to Le Mans and ARC Bratislava with their own problems. That's how it stands with 15 hours and 54 minutes to go. Your leader, Santalot Racing, has just come into the pits, having completed 251 laps, and they led before that by 49 seconds.
I'm with Apex MP Racing, the number 414. Milos Pavlovic just jumped out of the KT Oxbow car. How was it out there on track for you?
Well, it was exciting. I love this series. I love endurance racing, and yeah, I just tried to do my best. We did a long stint, and we are pretty happy with how it went. It's all right.
What's the traffic like? As it's sort of getting, the conditions are changing. How are you managing the traffic?
Well, you know, usually I'm used to being in the fast car. Now I'm in a slow car, so that's different. But yeah, it's just trying to minimize the loss of time when somebody needs to overtake you and go on with it. So for me, it was very difficult at the end because the tires were like 500 kilometers old. But the car is working well. The team is doing a good job, and so fingers crossed.
I was watching the pit stop, and your team and crew just jumped straight to it and seemed to be fixing everything very, very quickly.
Yeah. I mean, they're good, and I don't know exactly this car, so what are they doing? But yeah, so far so good. I'm happy with what they're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Running very strongly are the KTM squad in GT4. Apex MP Racing, Petar Matic now at the wheel of that 414 machine. It is ST Racing in the lead of the class. They are actually in the pits at the moment. In fact, more accurately, they're in the fueling area with the Baz Kooten team who are running the car, filling it up with race fuel at the moment. But at the front of the field, it's Ralph Bohn, really one of the real superstars who punches so far above his weight. In terms of pace, it always takes you aback, because Ralph Bowen does not. He is not a full-time racing driver. You know, he's races very much for a hobby, but a very, very competitive hobby at that. And he is always strong at the wheel of the Herbeth Porsche number 91. The number 91 Herbeth crew, they lead the championship overall, not just in the GT3 AM class. It's quite an achievement to date, and they are ahead of Santilok by 22 points at this moment in time. And in a 24-hour race, we offer points up at 12 hours and at 24. So there is plenty of points still up to play. So they need to keep running smoothly in order to maintain that gap to Santilok, because Santilok right now, well, they're actually just pitted from second position. So they're right there. So any slip up at all from Herbert, any mechanical problem, any major delay, and Santilok could start scoring points and closing that overall championship down. And I think for Herbert, for an AM lineup to potentially win the overall GT3 championship, that would be a remarkable story and well deserved. But they have 3 hours and 51 minutes until the first load of points, and 15 hours and 51 minutes to the second load of points. As we have our own little driver change in the commentary booth here, just up in the third floor of the grandstand, and just in time for the most gorgeous Catalan sunset, Joe Bradley has joined me.
Good evening, Peter. Good evening, everyone. Up from the pit lane, where all the action is, isn't it?
I'm jealous.
I've got to say, I am very, very privileged. I always feel that. I've never lost sight of that, even though I've been doing this for nearly 30 years, would you believe? When I'm down there, I'm just a big fan with a microphone. And I know that everybody in the stands would like to be where I am. And I mean, I'm breathing in brake dust at most of the stops. But that is my natural environment, isn't it? That's not my natural habitat.
It is, and you've been in those shoes as well. You've been in the team manager's shoes, you've been in the mechanic's shoes, you know what they're going through, you know what their emotions are, you know what the driver's going through. That's why we're lucky to have you down there in the pitch, Joe. At the moment, we're also very lucky to have Diana Binks. Very lucky indeed. And Diana, you might, you thought I threw you under the bus earlier at the Baz Counting team, but I didn't, did I? You could trust me on that one. But anyway, what do you have for us?
Well, thank you very much. I'll take that as a compliment, I think. But whilst we were chatting, Santilok Junior team number 18, Stefan Baldini, just jumped out of the car. Stefan, how satisfied are you with the running performance so far?
Yeah, I'm really satisfied with the team, with my teammates. I think we did a very good job at the start until now to avoid any penalty, any problem, any big go out on the track. Really happy also about my stint, long stint, maybe 80 minutes, something like that. But really happy about my pace. It's quite new for me, the Audi, the first time with the Audi. Normally I'm driving over the car. But thanks to the team and my teammate, because they really helped me all the weekend to do all perfectly on a good direction. So actually we cannot imagine better position and better feeling with the car and my teammates, so really happy.
You said it's a relatively new car for you to race. What's been the thing that surprised you most?
Yeah, the car finally is quite easy, if we can say, at the limit. Compared to the other car I drive, it's quite easy to push 100%. So it's really, when you are a driver, it's really what you like to do, to push at the limit. So without doing big mistake. So it's when you do a long stint, long race like that, it's really a good thing to not fight too much with the car. So, and also the braking. The brakes are so good. Yeah.
Well, there's still a long way to go in this race, as we know. You're with a fantastic team, and thank you for chatting to us.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Have a nice race.
So the Santilok Junior team doing very well at the moment, running in 4th place. Elia Earhart at the wheel. Great to hear there from Stefan Trebodini, driver in Super Trofeo, GT World Challenge and the French GT Championship as well, but getting a flavour of the 24H series.
So just bring me up to date, Peter, would you, that when I handed over to Di in the pits and then dashed off for some dinner and then dashed over here, what was the CWS update? What is the state of the 178? Are they going to fix it? Are they
They're fixing it.
They're fixing it.
Of course they are.
You know what? What a stupid question, Bradley.
They are
Colin
fixing
White.
it. Yeah, Colin White is up to his elbows in grease and tools and all sorts, and then he'll be straight back in the car once it's sorted. And you know it'll get sorted. And also, spare a thought as well for the poor old ARC Bratislava team and their Lamborghini. I was sitting in catering and I saw one mechanic, two mechanic, 3, 4, and then like 15 team members come in. I thought that looks like a retirement to me.
Yeah, I mean it was. I spoke to the team off air. And they were. It was one of those retirements where it was discretion being the better part of valor. Physically, it didn't look like it had took a massive hit, but the hit had been directly onto the wheel, which transfers all that energy via the drive shaft into the gearbox, into the diff, and that's the sort of thing where you need to get it back to the workshop and get it stripped off and just see. You know, you could have a cracked housing. That's going to eventually break open and you lose all your gearbox oil and then you lose your gearbox, and it could manifest in all sorts of things. So I think, you know, discretion was certainly the right call on that one. No, Di, we were talking about ARC Bratislava, but we can talk about CWS because it was me who asked for the update, Di.
Extinguisher had gone off in the car, and that's why they had to bring the car in, and they're getting a new fire extinguisher put into the car so they can resume the race. As you know, he says, we never give up, we've come a long way to be here, we love racing, and we're going to keep going.
So did he mention anything to do with engine oil pressures and stuff? Because I think they're looking at that as well.
Yeah, they had some issues, but they were not the biggest problem. It was the fire extinguisher going off. So they had some issues at the rear because they got hit right at the beginning of the race, but they've managed to sort of work their way around that and manage that.
Okay, all right, Di. You know what? Have you ever seen the residue of a fire extinguisher going off in a car? Sometimes I'd prefer to deal with a burnt car, to be honest. It is a nightmare. It just is the stickiest thing you ever have to wipe off anything. And it gets everywhere.
Worse than melted chocolate on the seat.
I think so.
Because, you have to think about that, though.
Well, yeah, because the melted chocolate's just on the seat. When a fire extinguisher goes off, it goes everywhere, into every nook and cranny.
It's like an entire car of melted chocolate.
Yes.
Wow.
Imagine a melted chocolate bomb and the thing covered in melted chocolate. Actually, that'd be magic. I'd lick it off then, wouldn't I?
We'd get a job as mechanics then, wouldn't we? Don't worry, we'll do it for free.
Leave this car with me.
Leave it to me. We'll get it sorted.
Give me a week.
One of there's been quite a few surprise packages in the race, but the little KTM number 414 Apex MP Racing, being driven by Peter Matic at the moment. They're running 5th in category, but they're actually up a sharper end than that because they've not long taken a pit stop. And we don't see KTM GT4 cars as regularly as we do Mercedes or Porsche, Audis, or whatever it might be. But it's running really, really well. It's almost like a little tiny baby LMP3 car. It's like a little prototype.
Oh, I tell you what it is.
Cool.
From afar, it looks like an old type Daytona prototype. Especially with the red and white livery, it looks like Whelen Engineering DPI, the old iteration of DPI.
Yes, the old Daytona prototypes.
I've often stood on the pit lane and that KTM has come into the pits, and I've gone, if he's far away, that's a Whelen Engineering.
Like, here comes Max Angelelli into the pits.
It's still far away when he's at my feet.
They were great cars. Some people were very unkind about them, but I liked them. I thought they were cool.
They sound phenomenal. The KTM sounds great. Yeah, I mean, you know, you mentioned there we don't see very many of them. Wouldn't it be fabulous to have about 5 or 6 even? It'd be even better if we had 20, don't get me wrong. But just, you know, a handful of those KTMs going around in the GT4 class. In fact, give them their own KTM class. Just get them here. you've got one loitering in a garage, then why? Get it out.
Come and join us. Yeah, I mean, in the GT4 category, we've got a Porsche leading from a Mercedes-AMG, from a BMW, then another Mercedes-AMG, then a KTM, then a Ginetta, in fact, then 2 Ginettas. So we've got a proper potpourri dolly mixture of cars in the GT4 category. In the everyone has the same to start with class, the Porsche 992 class. Brent Verheyen for Red Ant Racing in the yellow painted machine, the number 904. Third overall in that class at the moment. Third overall in the 992, second in his class. Looking strong at the moment. Of course, you get the same car out of the factory, everyone gets the same, but that's when the changes begin. It's how you set it up, it's how you prepare it, how well you keep the car, the drivers you put in it, and that's the thing about the Porsche 992. Yes, you've got the same base tool, but then it's what you do with it.
You know, the other thing that we kind of take for granted is the attention to detail from teams and especially mechanics. So if you give a mechanic a setup sheet that asks for 1.5 degree of camber and he gives you 1.2 or 1.8, then you're not really playing with the tool you thought you were. So the mechanic needs to be meticulous. I've worked with some meticulous mechanics that just to the nth degree will take their time and get it. If you ask for 1.2, 1.5, you ask for 7. I worked with a car that took 7 degree of camber on the rear. Looked like being in a shunt. That was a Lassetti on Yokohama's like a World Touring car Lassetti. 7 degree on the back. Yeah, ridiculous. And that's the thing we take for granted. So we talk about setup and we talk about, all right, a spec formula like Porsche Cup, like we saw this morning in the support race with the Clios and the Alpines. It's that setup that you are trying to achieve is achieved by a human element, and the human element will let you down sometimes. They might not be doing it deliberately, they might just, people make mistakes, but that's the thing, and that's the key, and that's what makes a good team a great team.
And I think that's why also when you take it to a driving point of view, why the very best Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup drivers, all of them have a dual program. They'll either be in usually it's Carrera Cup Deutschland. All the top Super Cup drivers also do Carrera Cup Deutschland because you need the seat time. You don't get much seat time in Super Cup, so you need the seat time. Or it might be Carrera Cup France or Carrera Cup Asia or whatever it might be, because you need that seat time and you need to know how to get every last millisecond out of that car. And then, as you rightly say, there's a reason why it's often Blechner who are up the front, or CLRT, or there's always the top teams that you expect to be up there.
It's all of that, so that those teams you just mentioned have been running them cars
forever,
for a long time, and there isn't anything they don't know.
Yeah, definitely. Well, another good team, Bas Koyten. Diana Bix is down there. Di.
Then had gone into the garage. I don't know if you were talking about that a second ago. I may have missed you just in the translation. But John Miller, one of the drivers, is here talking to me. John, tell us what's happened.
Yeah, so first I just want to say a quick hello to my family at home. Hi boys, hi babe. Yeah, unfortunately we had a nice solid lead in the GT4 class. And over the last hour or so, the drivers in the car were reporting that there was kind of a slow loss of power in a few specific places. Didn't seem to be costing us too much lap time. And then it just progressively got a little worse and a little worse and a little worse. It's one of these things where these problems don't usually fix themselves. And we got to the point where we had to come in and take a closer look. Looks like we actually took a rock through one of the radiators, one of the intercoolers actually. It was a slow leak. Car was losing a bunch of power, so now the guys have got it fixed really quickly. We're about to get back out there. Pippa's going to go shake it down and make sure it's okay, but we think that's going to be the fix. So we'll get right back to it.
That's a real shame, because we were talking to Pippa and Samantha earlier, and they were really impressed with the pace of the car and how you were managing the tyres and things were going in the right way. But of course, we know with endurance racing these situations do happen, and there does seem to have been a lot of sort of gravel on the track.
Yeah, it's like you said, it's endurance racing. It's one of those things. A lot of cars have been going off. Some of the cars that have gone off have come back on and kind of shaken the gravel out on the surface. That's part of it. We try to avoid it. But the team, BARCELOna Racing, they're our support team here in Europe with ST Racing. We collaborate with them now for many years. They know this endurance racing series with Creventic very well. They know how to fix cars quickly and get them back on the road. So all credit to them, and thanks to our engineer for doing a great job, giving us a good car. I got to say that first day when we showed up to come testing here, we were really struggling, but the pace and the setup got better and better and better. We entered the race in a very confident place. So yeah, pretty disappointing to have a big lead and then have it come to this, but it's still early. There's a long time.
Yeah, there's a long way to go. Are you enjoying being here in Barcelona?
Yeah, we love it. This is one of our favorite places to race, one of our favorite cities to come to. You know, we won the GT4 race here in 2021 when we ran the full season. We're glad to be back, and we hope to be back for more races here in this championship next year. So TBD on exactly how much, but we love this championship, and we want to spend more time here.
Oh, we love having you here, John. Thank you so much, and we wish you well for getting back out on track as quickly as possible.
Thank you so much.
Well, so Samantha Tan Racing then, who were marching away at the front of the GT4 category, having to replace or fix a radiator, a stone going through the radiator. That's really rotten luck.
That's got nothing to do with how meticulous your mechanics are. That's just rotten luck.
Well, that was the one that we talked about, the preparation, we talked about the practice, we talked about the driver. Luck is another thing that is the inquantifiable thing. They've got a great lineup there, though. I mean, so far we've seen Fabio Defoe in the car, Pippa Mann, Samantha Tan, and of course Neil Verhagen, a BMW factory driver who really charged through the pack with the car early on. But John Miller, who we just spoke with there, John's maybe not the absolute household sports car superstar, but he is super fast. I remember at Daytona 2 years ago in the McLaren in GTD, and his opening stint was my stint of the race. He just carved through the pack like everyone was standing still.
Yeah, I think I remember that. I mean, it's, you know, what makes a good team great as well is just how they address moments of adversity like that and how drilled they are. Now, BARCELOna Racing has been a part of this series since the very first Dubai 24 hours. He was in that entry. They were running a diesel Seat. I suspect it might have, we'll ask Baz this, probably leave this for Dubai, but a diesel Seat would have been S2000 spec touring car, because at that time,
yes,
they would have just come to their life end in touring car championships like the World Touring Car Series, and they're the 428 already out onto the apron and already rejoining. I mean, was that a radiator change that I said? Did I say that
a radiator change? And they've been in the pits for, if I find them on the time screen, 428. They have 20 minutes, including fuel. So 17 minutes in the pit box to change a radiator. And so next time you go to your BMW dealer and they say, oh, that'll be 3 days labour. Oh, no, that's going to... They just say, actually, my mate Baz, Cooten can get one done in 20 minutes.
That's right. I'm going to pop round the corner for a Costa. By the time your cappuccino's ready, it'll be sorted. But yeah, I mean, that the way that the team has addressed that and got the car straight back out and in it, and with 15 and a half hours to go, Peter, you know, that sort of issue can befall any of our runners here. So you've got to, in the spirit of Colin White and Jamie Peters-Ennis, another stalwart fan of the 24-8 series, has messaged in saying, you know, Colin's attitude is never give up. And he's already nominating for Spirit of the Race. Well, Jimmy, we've still got 15 and a half hours of the race left, so yeah, we'll put him up there. You know what? Colin White and CWS Engineering get nominated for Spirit of the Race before the race has even begun. So that's a given.
Yeah, he's always in the running. Also, another competitor for Spirit of the Race is definitely the Razzoon More Than Racing KTM, the GTX spec car that's had its trials and tribulations. It's got a new front end on. It did have a beautiful white and red Milwaukee livery, but it still does, but just not at the front. The front is the kind of naked carbon. It's just come into the pits and got back going again. So yes, let us know your nominations for the Spirit of the Race Award. The team that have channeled the true spirit of endurance. The ST Racing team, they are now 5 laps off the lead in class. That might sound a lot, but that can turn round very quickly indeed. And they've got a very strong driver lineup, arguably the strongest in the GT4 category, which is amazing. If you put, you know, a Neil Verhagen in for 2 hours, it's amazing when he gets out again. You go, oh wait a minute, we're back in the mix here.
Well, it's only, I mean, the GT3 lap times at the moment are, you know, 1 minute 46, 1 minute 45s. You know, 1 minute 53s for a GTX car, just around the 2 minute mark for the GT4 class. So those laps can tick by very, very quickly, and that kind of adversity that will put you back in the mix. That you've just got to keep pushing on, and you've kind of got to focus on your own race and not be taken in by what is happening around you. Even those cars at the front of, let's say, the 992 class, we've got the number 931, the QMMF by HRT. You know, they're leading overall, and they've just gone a lap up on the Lars Zinn and Red Ant car, because that car, the 903, that was leading the 992 class, is now into the fueling area. So they've taken over that lead, and there is absolutely nothing in it. There was 40 seconds the gap in that class, and that 40 seconds can disappear in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, it can. And if you get caught by a code 60 round the wrong way, it can punish you. I mean, the Poulsen Motorsport crew, about 2 or 3 hours ago, there was a code 60 that they just pitted at the wrong moment and didn't quite. Then, you know, others got the benefit of the code 60, they didn't, and they are still actually fighting back from that. They're in 5th. They were up near the front. So it just little twists of fate here and there. There's you know, a 24-hour race is like a true thriller novel with many different chapters in it, with ups and downs for every crew. It's very, very rare that a team will get a totally clear, totally penalty-free. I wonder if it's ever been done. Totally penalty-free, totally tyres, fuel, tear off, go. I don't think that's ever happened.
I don't think that's ever happened. If it has happened, it's probably happened to Herbert. But I haven't got any recollection.
If anybody's done it, it's them.
Yeah, absolutely. I tell you what, that's caught my eye, is that bright green Porsche of RPM Racing. It's got Patrick Heisman, car number 907. He's a bit of a Porsche superstar, isn't he? A Porsche legend. But lapping in the 1 minute 50s, when all around in that class are in the 52s, 55s. And as I say that, he's just gone on to do a 1 minute 48.7. So at the moment, Patrick Heisman currently second in the AM class, 4th overall in 992. He is the fastest Porsche in that class out there at the moment, by far.
He was awesome at the start of the race as well.
Was, yeah.
Really dragged that car up the order with his bare hands. He comes from now forgive me, I can't remember the name of the village. Apologies, Dutch fans, but he comes from a very small village in the Netherlands, not far from Enschede. And he's got 4 Porsche Super Cup championships, more than any other driver. Very recently, Larry ten Voorde got to 3 Porsche Super Cup championships. They both come from the same small village.
That's
so that tiny village in the Netherlands has 7 Porsche Super Cup championships.
So what is their water source? Are they taking it from a natural spring or something?
It's got nitroglycerin or what?
It gives them a DNA that makes them go very fast.
You know how if a town has a very famous person that's come from that town, they'll have a statue of them, like where Joey Dunlop, the motorcycle racer, him and his brother Robert, they have bronze sculptures. Jim Clark, there's one in Kilmeny where he was born, in Scotland. I think they need to have in that town a Porsche Super Cup car made in bronze, maybe in miniature, but in bronze, in the middle of the town square.
I'd vote for it.
Yeah.
Be somewhere to visit.
It would. You would.
You ever visit the Tom Price Memorial in Ruthin in North Wales? I mean, 1977 when Tom Price was taken from us at that horrific accident at Kyalami, driving the Shadow. But that's a very small village in North Wales, and there's a memorial in the town, and it's just, you drive into this village. I say a town, it's a town. But the centre of the town, which probably was a village before it expanded, you can easily drive past it, and it's pretty huge, because it's just not where you would expect it to be. It's not in a park. It's kind of in the middle of it's sort of on the corner. And again, towns, small towns like that, proud of their townspeople, aren't they?
Yeah.
Who have been successful.
That's right. Yeah, he's and also another driver who came from that part of the world is Peter van Merkstein, Le Mans winner
from the
Enschede area.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow,
yeah,
there is something in the water there.
Yeah, definitely something in the water.
So Heitzmann's last lap by 1:48.5 is the best lap from that car is a 46.7. But that was in the heat of the day, so maybe the tyre performance, a lot more rubber down, a lot more pickup out there as he continues towards the end of what will be his 254 laps will be completed at the end of this one. He's getting the last couple of corners, and we'll see if he's still on this charge, Peter, because if you look at those cars around him, the fastest car, or the leading car I should say, the QMMF car with Ghanem Al Ali at the wheel, 1 minute 53.6 was his last time by. Here comes Patrick Heitzmann in front of us now, and Heitzmann's lap time there, a 49.1. Again, considerably quicker than any of those class cars around him.
It's quicker than some of the GT3 cars. Quite a few that I'm noticing on the timing screen right now. So Patrick Heitzmann showing that he has lost none of his star quality, particularly at the wheel of a Porsche Cup car, a rear-engined machine that requires quite a specific driving technique to really get the best out of it. And as it turns out, if you're from a small village near Enschede, you're quite good at it.
Yeah. I think that the amount of traffic that he's got in front of him is helping him keep this rhythm up. He's got basically nothing in front of him. Clear track, no slower traffic ahead of him, no faster traffic behind, which would of course take his attention and focus off lapping. But you can tell, I mean, he's a talented, one of the most talented Porsche drivers for sure. I remember him in the American Le Mans series as well. He was, you know, one of the characters in that series back in the turn of the century, and he's definitely been able to get into that rhythm, no question.
They've got a great lineup as well. Nick Jonsson, who's raced with Tracy Krohn for forever, former Swedish Formula 3 champion, etc. But also Philip Hamprecht, who won the Carrera Cup Asia, which is a very competitive championship. El Bamber came through that championship, amongst others. So they've got, Tracy Krohn and RPM Racing, they've picked a very, very good lineup. And they're, one of the things what I love to see is when you see a team owner, especially an owner-driver who's very loyal to their co-drivers. I love that. When you see a real unit forming, where they work, they race together weekend after weekend, and they stick together. I love that. I love that when you see that loyalty, but also loyalty goes both ways, of course. And I think that I love that in endurance racing, when you get these units that just stick together and work.
And Nick and Tracy clearly clicked 25 or whatever years ago when Tracy had Nick as his driver coach and mentor, and obviously there's still an element of that, but less of the you need to do X, Y, Z. They'll talk about it in a kind of a general style of how to get the best out of whatever car they're driving, and they've had a lot of success together. They've been at the very highest level of motorsport, in endurance motorsport, I should say. And like you said, I think I want to ask a question. Not necessarily of you, Peter, but just throw this out there. Is it the longest partnership of driver, coach and mentor with AM driver? I'm not even sure Tracy is still classified as an AM driver. He will be because of age now, but certainly from an experience level, he's not.
It's the longest I can think of.
I know, I can't think of any other relationship that has gone on to that length. And I know Di's down there. I don't know if Tracy or Nick are hanging around the garage while they watch Patrick Heitzmann continue to push them laps in. There it is, 48.8, another one inside of the 49, 1 minute 49s. And again, a second, just over a second quicker than anything else in that class. So progress is being made. Still fourth. Oh, and there's a Kobe de Bruyke lap time there from Renan to 48.0. So not quite the quickest Porsche Cup car on the track that time by.
But that's more of an outlier, I would say. Kobe de Bruyke's pulled a really strong lap there out, just got a nice clean run of things, and that's just it. Constantinos back and forth, but there's definitely a huge trend of Patrick Huysman absolutely on the pace, right on it, and right under this. Well, as darkness is descending here, it's absolutely gorgeous golden sky just setting over. In fact, the sunset from our view in the commentary box, it looks like the colours on the Optimum McLaren. There's a little bit of light blue left of the blue sky, and then there's a layer of papaya, and then some black of the hillside.
Yeah,
it's quite poetic for me.
Johnny Palmer liked that colour.
Papaya or
orange papaya, whatever shade of orange you want.
Yes,
just because he's a Blackpool football fan.
Oh, I see. If you were buying a McLaren road car, would you have it in papaya?
That's a tough one.
I would.
I don't mind it, don't get me wrong. I think it's a great colour. I remember as a kid, you know, the McLarens being orange at the hands of Bruce McLaren and Denny Hulme.
The Can-Am cars.
The Can-Am cars were papaya. I think it was called orange back then, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, when did it become papaya?
I don't know.
Is that when they pulled the colour chart out? They got the Farrow and Ball colour chart on, going, oh, that sounds better than just orange.
That's right. I don't know exactly.
When he went to paint his house in papaya, then he thought... Yeah, it's an iconic colour, and it's good to see that it's been brought back to the McLaren Formula One team in recent years. It certainly stands out there on track, but at the moment it's another iconic colour scheme at the front of the field. Herberth Porsche with their black and gold pinstripe, which for those who know, you can, I'm not going to say the name, but you know what colour scheme that is, the black and gold. Being chased down by the papaya and McLaren of Optimum Motorsport.
It was really interesting. You and I were down on the grid as spectators pretty much this afternoon, and we had a JPS gold and black and gold row on the grid with the Jutta Audi R8 being run by Red Camels. That was in black and gold, and alongside was the Herberth Porsche. And it's an evocative livery. It's an old school livery and one of the best liveries. Is it one of the best liveries? Again, I'll throw that out there. Is it one of the best liveries? For me, I hark back to the 1972 Emerson Fittipaldi and Ronnie Peterson having that on their Lotus 72. So for me, it was one of those rose-tinted glasses moments when I was a kid and falling in love with the sport.
It's got to be in the conversation. It's got to surely. Be, yes. I mean, for me, it has to be Martini. The Martini colours, the blue and red stripe, and the origins of the Martini colours are fascinating because they really got fully involved in motor racing as a company. As big moment there, going down into turn 5 for one of the GT4 spec Porsches. No, it was the SRS Team Sorg Rennsport car. Your leader in TCX has just had a massive lock-stop moment there at turn 5, gathered it up, kept it off the gravel, and carries on with nothing to see here kind of thing. But yeah, the Martini colours, they when the company came in properly into motorsport, and they were a Porsche sponsor, they were a Brabham sponsor in the early 70s, but the colours actually hark back to the mid-1960s. Where they got the colours from was when they were deciding what colours to paint their race car. The Martini and Rossi, the Rossis, Count Gregorio and Count Vittorio, who ran the company at the time, they lived in Turin, and they loved it when they went to London and went to members' clubs, private members' clubs, where you go for dinner and sit and drink cognac, like you see in the movies. And they had them in Turin as well as they did in London, but they wanted to create a Martini International Club. And it was opened up in London, and it was run by a guy called Major Covington. But every good members club needs a club tie, and the club tie had this blue and red stripe, and that is where they got the colours from. They took the colours off the Martini International Club tie, put it on the race car, and the rest is history.
But Martini as a family, Martini Rossi as a family, created that colour for their tie. For their club. Just spread those colours around.
Yes. So that
is one of my favourite. If you look at all of my iRacing collection, using trading paints, I use all them. The first livery I go for, whatever car I'm racing, is a Martini livery, because I'm a massive... If I had to pick my favourite Formula One livery, it would be the Brabham BT 44B from 1975, the high box white with the Martini livery would be mine. Not the red that followed in 76 and onwards. It has to be the white.
White back.
With the
I like the 917s with the chrome back, with the like almost metallic chrome with the stripe. Before Joe and I go even further down this rabbit hole, Diana Binks is going to bring us back to planet Earth. Diana.
Talking about Tracy Crone earlier for RPM Racing and the 907. So Tracy's very kindly come out of the back of the truck there to have a chat with us. Tracy, how's the race going for you so far? If you could come a bit forward.
Right now, I think we're doing right about where we should be. I had a few little issues with the car. I had one little issue with one driver, but other than that, we're fine. The car kind of tires wear off about 15 minutes before the stint is over, and then it gets more interesting. It's more like drifting than racing. So
yeah, that must be quite hairy at times, is it?
No, it's just fun. If I thought it was hazardous, I wouldn't do it, but it is a lot of fun. Yeah.
Sorry, Tracy, I'm going to have to move you out of the garage. We're losing signal. The commentators and stuff were talking about yourself and Nick and your relationship. You've been together a number of years, but how many years have you actually been together?
Sorry, I can't hear a word you're saying.
It's too noisy, isn't it? Go back in a little bit. How long have you been with Tracy? You and him as a partnership racing?
Right. Yeah. I'm sorry, I still didn't hear you. I apologize.
That's all right. Your partnership with Tracy, your partnership with Nick. How long have you and him been together as a team, basically?
This is our 21st year. I met Nick when I was going through race school at Road Atlanta. That was 22 years ago. Yeah.
A long time, but a great partnership. You're both learning a lot and racing, which is what you want to do.
No, he's a consummate professional and has been all his life. They give him an amateur status because he's gotten a little older, and he's slowed down a bit, but not much, very little. And the more time he gets in the car, of course, the faster he gets, just like everybody. But no, he's fortunately he also has a degree in psychology, which makes it a lot easier.
Oh my goodness. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Tracy, I mean, obviously, I know you and I have talked in the past about why you're involved in motorsport and what it gives you. And you're a businessman, you're a very busy man, but this is your outlet, isn't it? This is your salvation from the working day.
Yeah, there's no emails in the car, there's no text messages. Nobody's calling me, nobody stops by the office and says, hey, you got 5 minutes, which turns into half an hour. This is actually. Yeah.
And how much are you enjoying? And how much are you enjoying this weekend here in Barcelona so far?
Oh, I love Barcelona. Barcelona is one of the places I think I could live, forever. Just a spectacular city, beautiful city. Food's great, the wine's great, the climate's great. The law is simple. What's not to like? Yeah.
And they've got a fantastic racing circuit on your doorstep.
This is a world circuit, and it definitely keeps you busy. For me, what could be better than this? Yeah.
When are you getting back in the car, Tracy?
What's that?
When are you getting back in the car?
It won't be until early in the morning. Yeah. And we'll see how it runs through the night, but I'm expecting to get a good long rest tonight. I just turned 70, so they got to work on me a little bit and apply a little therapy to make the old bones not hurt so much.
It's great to chat to you as ever, Tracy. I'll let you go because it was a code 60 and all the cars are coming flying in the pit lane, so we won't hear a thing in a minute.
Yeah.
As I said, thank you very much.
Thank you, Nan. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Great interview, Di. Great interview with Tracy Crone. And a real enthusiast. And he's loved his racing since he began. And incredible, 21 years is that relationship with Nick Johnson. And I kind of knew that Nick was his driver coach when he went to racing school. I'd forgotten that it was at Road Atlanta. I'd actually been, Nick took us around his workshop, which was not far from Road Atlanta, when he was running Tracy's cars. And I just remember this big setup slab of marble, which is perfectly flat. It was about 3 foot deep, this block of marble, which is the flattest thing you can and they use that for setting up the car up. Phenomenal.
What a true gentleman. So we've got an issue out on circuit for the leader in GTX, Vortex V8 2.0. What a shame for Philippe Bonnel. They've had to push the car back behind the guardrail, and it will be pulled back to the pit lane. That will mean, well, at the moment they have a 33 lap lead in class over their teammate car, which is in the pits at the moment. So they've got about an hour to get it back, get it fixed and go, if it's fixable.
However, what lead has it got on the third place car in GTX? Because that's the number 714, the Razin More Than Racing KTM, that has just come out of the pits. It's completed 167 laps, and then there's 230 laps completed by the Vortex. So quickly do the maths.
2 hours. Basically.
2 hours of,
give or take.
Plenty of time.
Yeah, so that's it. But GTX is never done until you get to the point where you back time 10 the race, going, okay, now you couldn't catch it. So there's still plenty of time. Coming back to Tracy Crone there, what a true gentleman, what a special guy. How to balance having a hugely successful business, which takes normally would take every ounce of your being to run and make to the success that it is, but then having the therapy to go and race in the car. And 22 years since he met Nick Johnson at racing school, and they're still racing. Imagine you saying to them at the time, saying, you two will still be racing 22 years from now. They go, get away.
Well, a bit of a clue as to why that relationship may have worked, and Tracy alluded to this, was Nick's got a degree as a psychologist. So maybe that's how and that has been beneficial, I would think, to Tracy with Nick's training in that field. When you think about it, I used to say when I was managing race teams, whether it be Clio Cup or touring cars, you are a nanny, a social worker, a psychologist, a coach. You are all of those things. Best friends, worst friends, a boss. You're all of those things wrapped up, and I think that training that Nick Johnson has to get that qualification, as he's probably used that before the end of this race. I'll try and maybe pick up on that tomorrow when I go back in the pits and just ask Nick about his psychology degree and say what he's actually used that for. And I would imagine, as a driver mentor, driver coach, that has been very useful.
Huge. And how long have you been in a paddock with Nick Johnson for?
Since
over 20 years.
I mean,
and this is the first year hearing of it.
Yes.
Isn't that amazing? How
we only just talk about racing, don't we?
Well, exactly. What's the gossip?
Yeah. How did you do at university? It's not a question that I would ask in a pit lane.
Big smoky burnout from the Juta number 71 car, which at the moment is sitting in 8th. It's Amantas Navikauskas who brought that machine in. It's a beautifully painted car, that Audi, with the Circle K backing over it. We were talking about this earlier, Joel. Circle K, if you go to the Baltic, anywhere in the Baltic countries, lots of Circle K petrol stations. Their hot dogs are fantastic. They have like this toasted pocket that the hot dog goes in. The actual dog goes in.
The sausage.
The sausage, sorry. But it's sealed at the bottom, so it doesn't leak out the other end, so you can sort of eat it as you walk along. And it's delicious.
Only in the Baltics?
I believe so. Baltic Circle K, so they're in most of the Baltic and some Scandinavian states too.
All right,
so there you are. If you find yourself there, you pass the Circle K. Have a try of the hot dog.
The Land Motorsport Audi pulls off its pit apron. Now this is the car that is a little bit out of sync with everyone else. Vigo Dalmo showing at the wheel. That might change when he leaves the pit lane. This is the car, remember, that was down the order from very, very early on. It lost the alternator belt. The alternator itself was fine. It lost the belt very early on, and it was the problem with where the alternator is housed caused the team to lose a chunk of time in the pits, and that's been a recovery drive ever since. It's still 9th in the overall GT3 standings and 22nd overall, but at one point it was 37th, and it's just sort of kept on going, pushing on, and they are still about 17 or so laps behind the next car in class, which is the Hofer car, which also had a bit of a problem. Kenneth Heyer at the wheel of the number 11 in 12th overall, and they are the cars that are on pretty much recovery drives. And the Jutta car, the number 71, that has just left the Circle K liveried car, that car currently 9th overall. They've kind of fallen by the wayside from the rest of the GT3 pack. The 6th place car is the next GT3 up the order, and that's the E2P Racing Porsche. Antonio Segnero at the wheel of the number 90 in that 6th place overall.
They've run pretty strong, haven't they, E2P Racing? Just keeping out of trouble, keeping going. We heard from Alvaro Perrin a little bit earlier on as well.
They're only 3 seconds behind the Luke Breukers driven Red Camel car, which is in 5th, only 3 seconds in it. So that's an actual battle on track between the Red Camel Audi, that's the black and gold livery car, and the E2P Racing. On home soil as well for that team.
Home soil, yeah, they're from Madrid, E2P Racing. They've been racing for over 40 years and training drivers for even longer than that. So very much a race coaching and race team set up. Javier Morchillo, the team boss and CEO, he's actually in the car this weekend. Normally he's in the kind of team manager role, but he's stepped into the car. He's a very, very experienced driver himself, particularly in endurance racing. So he's back in with them in that black Porsche, and they're doing a good job because they're running in the older version of the Porsche 911 GT3R, the 991.2 generation. So they're getting a lot out of that fairly old package compared to the 992s that are being run by Herbert, for example, are running one of the new Porsche 992 machines, who in turn are in fact leading the race at the moment from Robert Megennis in the Optimum McLaren. Megennis is just, in fact, Megennis 0.8 of a second slower than Dustin Blattner for Herbert last time by. So Herbert really keeping that pace up, no matter who's in the car. Doesn't really seem to matter who's in the car. They're just keeping that pace going all the time. There's not a big gap at all between second and third either. Optima Motorsport McLaren are only 21 seconds up the road from Elliot Earhart and the Santalok Junior team and their Audi. And the time's very, very close between them at the moment. But really the driver who's on the move at the moment, and this is less of a surprise, BMW ace for Poulsen Motorsport, Jens Klingmann, a 1:43.318 last time by. So he's going a good couple of seconds quicker than anyone at the moment in the GT3 class, and was only 8 thousandths off that car's best lap of the race at last time by. So, yeah, wow.
Yeah, Jens certainly optimising his run in the Poulsen Motorsport BMW. Lap time wise, just ahead of him. Pulling that gap back. He's a lap down on the 3rd place Eddie Earhart Sonderloch Junior Team Audi. And that Audi is only 21 seconds behind the Optimum McLaren. So we have got, I mean, still 15 hours to go, Peter, so still a chunk of time. We are going to go for a break with our TV coverage. The live stream will stay online with in-car cameras. We resume the commentary service for the race at 7:30 in the morning, and we will take you all the way through to the podium, of course. So we've got another, 90 minutes or so, 95 minutes or so to stay with you for what is happening on track. And we'll see if we do have these races that seem to be developing certainly at the front of the field for overall honours, isn't it? It's still all to play for. You can never discount Herbert, though, at this point, Peter, as at this early stage, relatively early stage in the race, the Herbert team just know how to just stay focused with their programme, just continue with what they are doing, not be drawn into anything around them, not to be distracted by the pace of anybody around them, and just keep plugging away. It helps when you've got a great driver lineup like they have.
That is true. It's so easy to say, so difficult to do, to keep your mind disciplined. That's where the good, strong team management comes in. Robert McGuinness put in some good, quite a lot of the driving time in the Optimum McLaren so far. Racing with Turner BMW in Michelin Pilot Challenge at the moment, and a former winner in the Indy Lights Championship, now known as Indy NXT. But McGuinness a winner in that championship, and well, would be here all night talking about top-level drivers that came through that championship. If you can win in Indy Lights, you know how to handle a race car of any sort.
Yeah, they weren't exactly easy cars. They had more power than they had handling. On all sorts of road courses and ovals as well, a mix of driver abilities and driver skill, driving techniques as well. So yeah, that is quite a foundation, I think.
Definitely. There is a great platform, quite a specific pathway that you can take through to IndyCar, through Indy Pro 2000, USF 2000, etc. I can't remember the exact order that they go in, and then into Indy Next, which is the old Indy Lights, and then into, hopefully, into IndyCar, which still really enjoy watching.
Yeah, the Indy Next Championship is one of those championships that we tend to follow. It's all live on Sky F1 as well, so it's quite easy to pick up. Wasn't available on Sky F1, I think I'd be trying to find it on YouTube, no doubt, a couple of days later. But yeah, some great driving talent coming through, and we've got some great driving talent that has joined us. 2 Le Mans winners, of course. It would be remiss to not mention them. Emanuele Pirro, who's spent a chunk of time in the pits, 24 minutes of his stint completed, and he's back out on track by the looks of things, but he's dropped to 7th in GT4 and 30th overall with some problems with that generator, I believe, Peter.
They have it mostly to do with the fuel system. Jeroen Bleekemolen mentioned it earlier on when we spoke to him about how they're struggling getting the fuel quite slow to go in the way that the refueling is working, but they did have a little trip into the gravel when Cristoforo Pirro was at the wheel, and a little bit of gravel got into the car, and they had to just clean it out and things, but they're still rocking and rolling, and we should see at some point Jan Lammers get into that car. He's had, well, I'm sure he's done more miles on the road this weekend than he has on the track. His son is racing in Valencia this weekend, and he's sort of been going back and forth as Jan Lammers, winner, of course, of the 24 Hours of Le Mans with Jaguar, alongside a great Scot, Johnny Dumfries, and he's, of course, a true legend of many different types of motor racing, but competing this weekend with the Team Africa Le Mans squad. And actually he was and Jeroen Bleekemolen in that car. It was Jeroen Bleekemolen's effectively team boss in the A1GP days, the Team Netherlands in A1GP.
Of course, yeah, there's the relationship right there. I love those cars.
They were quick.
Absolutely. I only ever saw one in real life, and that was because we were a support race for the one at Brands Hatch. They were proper race cars. I mean, at the time, Formula One were on narrow, they were skinny chassis, skinny tyres. This would have been 2007, 2006. They had massive wide tyres. They sounded phenomenal. They were V8 engine at the time, and they were big, powerful, more power than handling. And there was a lot of drivers came through that season. Now, our good friend and core comms, Bruce Jones, was heavily involved with A1GP.
No way.
Yeah, he was the commentator for that.
Wow. And it was a great concept, actually, a kind of cup of nations sort of thing, and they were cool cars. Also remember, it was a slightly more bizarre concept, the Super Formula. It was where the teams were based on football teams, or the football teams had race teams. I'm not exactly sure how it worked. I mean, Ryan Dale, he drove for Glasgow Rangers, for example. Earl Bamber ended up driving a car in Outer Mongolia for a Portuguese team. It was truly bizarre, but those cars were nuts as well. They were like champ car sort of thing.
I love that as a racing series. The correlation between football and motor racing was never ever going to work, in my opinion. It's a complete, it's apples and, it's not even apples and pears, it's apples and bricks. It was completely, the football...
Apples and toasters.
It's whatever, but the football crowd... I mean, I'm a football fan as well. I'm a season ticket holder. And out of football, perhaps not as much as I love motorsport, but there are a lot of people who haven't got. There is no crossover whatsoever. But I loved that as a series. Those cars were phenomenal.
Again, big. That was it. Put a huge engine, big tyres, big everything, and yeah, they were very cool, very cool machines. That was one tangent that I did not expect us to head off into, but I'm so glad we did, Joe. Any other obscure series that you can remember? Do let us know. Send in to us that we can have a chat about. Just under 15 hours to go in this 25th edition of the 24 Hours of Barcelona. It's been part of the Creventic world since 2011. Since they came into organising this race, and you look down the honour roll of winners. Last year it was IMSA LS Performance with their Porsche, Gregory Gilver, Julian Andlauer, Simon Turman and Laurent Hergon. They set a distance record of 725 laps. And my mental arithmetic is not that good. We need to get Paul Trust to see exactly if we're anywhere near getting that. We've been okay for Code 60, so we
may be, and the thing that goes to help that, have we got a what did we end up with on the grid? Was it 36 or 37 cars? 36 cars. I mean, a 36 car grid with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of those cars in the pit lane at the moment. The CWS car in fueling, which is a great sign. That car back in there. Let's head down to the pits though before we wax lyrical a bit more about that. Di is back. What you got, Di?
Well, this time actually I've got something a little bit different. As you know, the Creventic series have partners that they work with throughout the year, and Martin van der Velden has joined me, and I've forgotten your name.
Sorry, I didn't hear your question, sorry.
Your name?
Eric Siebers. It's right on my shirt.
Eric Siebers and Martin van der Velden basically are the company that work to do all the transportation for the Middle East Trophy, so for all the teams that want to transport their cars and stuff over there. So Martin, if I'll just start with you, tell us a bit about what the logistics plan you have in place for the Middle East Trophy.
Well, this is going to be the third year that we're going to do the transportation for Creventic, and the reason that we are here in Barcelona is to try and convince more teams to come over to Dubai and to, of course, it has the Red Sea options in the 5 years. So, you know, we are here to prepare all the teams on the logistic issues, and it's been a success up to now. I think quite some teams are showing their interest, and we definitely hope that they will be there as well. The same for us, of course. And it's going to be the 20th edition for Creventic. I know them for quite some time already. We used to do some logistics to Dubai, my former company, but since my switch to Share Logistics, it was kind of like a perfect fit, because Share Logistics, existing since '98, was already very experienced in event logistics. So we're doing the operations for huge concerts, music industry, sports industry. So that's how we got together, and it was like a great match up to now. So,
well, it all works, doesn't it? And Eric, if I could just bring you in at this point, how important is the relationship with Creventic for you?
The relationship? Well, I think we got a very nice relationship, actually. It was, and the first year, starting in Kuwait, it was quite challenging. We had to get to know each other. They didn't know how we work, and they found out that we were very experienced in event logistics, and they are very nice people to work with. And they understand our job. They know we do our job as properly, as good as we can. And that's why we're still here. So.
Well, it's great to have you here. And I'll just finally, Martin, if I could just say, what is it that you do that, how much can you make it easier for teams to transport their stuff to the Middle East Trophy?
Well, for sure, the teams don't like logistics, right? It's a hassle. It's very complicated for them. The customs, the transportation, the transit times, the delivery of the containers. It's a hassle. The guys just want to go on the track and race. So we try to take everything out of their hands and, you know, together with Creventic, offer them a complete service. And, you know, air freight, ocean freight. That's basically what we are trying to do. 3 months in a row, we are full-time working with...
Sorry.
That's his cue.
That's his cue to end.
Yeah.
Like our relationship.
We're now on pole position, Eric. So Eric and Martin, with that in mind, and before you get the class pole on the GT4 class pole on your head again, thank you so much. I mean, it's great to have you as a continued supporter, and I'm sure we'll be speaking to you very soon. Thank you.
Okay, good luck. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Dave. It's great to see you.
See you in Dubai.
Thank you, Dave. It's great to see you got that right, because that inflatable falling, that they had to rehearse that about 7 times before they got it to fall onto Eric in the correct way there. So it did come off after all. Well done.
Well worth the rehearsal. Well worth the rehearsal. Fantastic stuff.
Yeah, I was thinking there, Peter, about the situation we found ourselves in the Middle East with that conflict in the Red Sea. That caused the delay of the Dubai 24 hours by a week, which clashed with Daytona, didn't it, for us? But that they rerouted the ships out of the Suez Canal and back out of the Med, and then back around the west coast of Africa and around the Horn of Africa. And I think that is now the given route for shipping to get around and into the Indian Ocean from the Med or the Atlantic.
Well, I was in Gran Canaria on holiday a couple of weeks ago, and that's a very popular spot for refueling, and there's a big container port there, and it was a lot busier than the previous year.
Was it really?
Oh,
Right.
yes. Yeah, noticeably so. So it's a huge...
It's a huge undertaking, isn't it?
Oh, I couldn't do that job for all the money in the world. I just would not know how you do it.
The thing is, from a team perspective, which I've been there packing trucks and stuff, you're not packing a truck, you're packing a container. But you're packing a container to make sure that everything, you can't just bang everything in the container. It'll be all just like spaghetti when you get it to the other side. It's got to be secured in a certain way so that nothing gets damaged in there. But they're all self-contained, and when we do get out to Dubai for the tyre test, for instance, people are already looking at the logistics of getting their cars and their equipment out for the tyre test in December. But generally for the race, people's equipment arriving in Dubai in their containers as they packed it at the point where they set it off, it works phenomenally well. And that's how, talking about A1GP, coming back to that, that's exactly how A1GP operated. The teams operated not out of trucks but out of containers that were delivered and their equipment and cars and everything went into the containers, and that travelled on to the next race. And it wasn't down to the teams themselves to transport their kit and the teams that were looking after the particular cars for a particular country. So it worked in exactly the same concept as we do with the 24H series.
I see. That's very, very interesting, the way that because when you watch on TV, or as we roll up as broadcasters and we put the microphone headset on and off we go, and
we get here. By the time we get here, the cars are in the pits, the garages are set up, all the boards, all the B boards. I'll not tell you what the B stands for. The B boards in the garages, lining the garages, and all the equipment and the flooring and the toolkit all laid out. When we get here, everything's there, and when we leave, everything's got to go get packed away, whether it be a truck or a container. I used to love tearing down. That's what you call it, packing up, tearing down.
Tearing down.
Loved that bit.
When I travelled up and down the UK selling whiskey, it was me and my transit van, and I think packing up was definitely better than unloading and setting up the easy up. I hated that. We'd always end up with no fingernails, and different times.
Back to the race then, Peter. Still a one-lap gap between our leaders, and that is still Herbert Motorsport, the number 91. Dustin Blackner continues to lap. His last time by was a 45.4, and then behind him in second place, 284 laps completed for the Optimum Motorsport McLaren. This was the number 4 car that started on the pole position at 1 minute 45.9. 1 minute 44.550 as he just clicks by underneath us. and completes another lap, and still just a couple of tenths slower than the Herbeth car ahead of him. So the gap isn't coming down at all with that 1 lap gap there. That's not coming back towards him at all for Robert McGuinness, who is at the wheel of the McLaren.
So an update on our former GT4 leader as well. ST Racing, Pipperman is at the wheel right now. Has been at the wheel for 46 minutes. They had to repair a radiator at the front of the car. At the moment, lapping strongly compared to the other runners in the GT4 class. Looking at the sector by sector times, Pippa is matching the front running car of Patrick Kolb, the Lion Speed GP Porsche, which has an advantage of 46 seconds over Peter Matic in the Apex MP Racing KTM. GT4, we've got a great mix of cars, a great mix of drivers, and really competitive, but key to winning that is going to be about just keeping it out of the pits. And ST Racing were super unlucky to get a stone through the radiator and lost them power, lost them time, but they're back running and back to pace now. At second place in 992, there is only 4 seconds up to the lead. So Kobe De Bruyker for Red Ant Racing is only 4.1 seconds behind Ibrahim Al Abdul Ghani, and lapping strongly. Kobe De Bruyker a couple of seconds quicker on that previous lap, and the gap is now down. It's now sitting at 2 seconds. So we've got a race on here in 992, Joe. Yes, the QMMF car is an AM class car, but as we heard a little bit earlier on, that team, they're not going for just the AM class, they're going for the top 992 car, full stop.
From our tracker data, they've just come out of turn 3, heading towards turn 4, and the lights ablaze into turn 4. That gap coming down to 2 seconds at the line. We're very shortly not going to need a stopwatch to tell us, because we've got that in our sights. Already out of turn 4 and heading towards the very tight left-hand hairpin at turn 5. It's a downhill sweep here. Behind them is the number 4 McLaren. So the second place overall car, the McLaren of Optimum Motorsport, coming up to lap this class battle, which is great motorsport at this stage, inside of the 15-hour mark now by about 15 minutes. So still a chunk of race, and it's down to keeping your discipline at this stage, Peter.
It is, and it might well be for Ibrahim Al Abdul Ghani to not fight this too hard, because Kobe De Bruyker's got a bit of an overlap in lap time, and this race is more than just this one little mini battle. You've got to think of the bigger picture here. But we'll see how things go. De Bruyker getting closer and closer all the time at the front of that 992 category.
The McLaren hasn't delayed this 992 battle at all. The McLaren has cleared. First he cleared Kobe De Bruyker in the 903, then he cleared the 931 numbered Ibrahim Al Abdul Ghani in the QMMF Porsche. He's left them to it as Robert McGuinness now on his way in the McLaren, and behind is that a place change coming off there. De Bruyker, we saw Abdul Ghani defending that line into turn 1, and Abdul Ghani's coming back at him around the outside of turn 2 into the never-ending right-hander at 3, and Abdul Ghani has got the place back. He's got the class lead back. This is a Porsche Cup race.
Porsche Cup race has broken out with 2 Porsche Cup cars, but to come down the hill now towards turn 4, and the Red Ant car has a little wiggle and big moment, and actually Abdul Ghani had to straighten the wheel up slightly to allow the Red Ant car to finish having its moment. Otherwise they were going to get together as he switched round now to the left-hander at turn 5, and the Red Ant car has gone through. So De Bruyker takes the lead then in 992 ahead of the QMMF by HRT car, the Qatari car. So it's game on then in 992. Brilliant side-to-side stuff. And then they've got another Porsche in there,
well,
the GT3R, which is heavy on the headlight flasher. Indeed, that is Dustin Blackner.
That's the overall leader about to come up and lap them. So that tells us that the number 91 Herbeth Porsche is about to put another lap on the McLaren, because it's only a short while ago the number 4 McLaren overtook these 2 class-leading Porsche 992s. The Dustin Blattner car already clearing the first of the Porsches, and now it's the Red Ant car of Kobe de Bruyke that he has to clear, and he will do that without any real effort through the penultimate turn, heading down to the final turn. They've got the crossbow just up ahead of them, but out onto the straight, Dustin Blattner in the GT3 spec car will be able to pull out and just overtake that 992 class car.
There is pretty much a lap between them, so it's 1 minute 40 is the gap of when the Herberth car went over the line and then when the McLaren went over the line, so they are still technically on the same lap.
All right, right. So that's why I'm not saying that, because it's there for just a moment, isn't it?
So right. So the optimum car is McLaren is just on the lead lap and no more. But the way that Blattner's going, he did give a couple of seconds back to McGuinness there, but Optimum are fighting to stay on the lead lap. But we must say, it's not like in an IMSA WeatherTech race where staying on the lead lap is really important because of the safety cars, etc. We don't have safety cars. It's all code 60. So if you lose time, you lose time. It's gone.
The only reason Blattner had a slower lap time there was because he was getting through the traffic. He'll soon get back onto the 45s, and Robert McGuinness was able to get a 1 minute 45.2 back in there. They're lapping literally only tenths of a second difference between the leading Porsche and the second place McLaren. There's absolutely nothing in it. And even though that gap's coming down between the Porsche and the McLaren, to put a full lap on the McLaren, it's still going to take for ages and ages, because it's ebbing and flowing as we go through these laps.
Brilliant stuff. Brilliant stuff. I noticed on our the chat on our YouTube stream that the Fiat Uno Cup, another obscure series, we had, what did we have? Super Formula, A1GP, the Fiat Uno Cup, another one. Our producer Tim Gray, he said Formula Super Fund.
Formula Super Fund?
Said there was only one car ever built and it was written off in testing.
Well, does that really qualify then, Tim?
It's pretty obscure. Pretty obscure, I'd say.
Does that qualify if it never actually ran as a series? That would be my quibble.
Now there's a
Formula Super Fund. Wow.
Warning light on the dashboard of the Qatari team, the number 931, Ibrahim Al Abdul Ghani. That could well just be a fuel alarm saying you're going to run out of fuel, come in. But Al Abdul Ghani has only been in the car for 33 minutes. So let's hope it's just a fuel alarm. But
it's got a warning.
Yeah, that could just be fuel, because that is where a fuel warning light comes up. But it is a bit early. That's the only thing. It's like he should 50 have minutes early.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 50 minutes. Yeah, 50 minutes. I suppose if Dai is around, they're not going to tell us, are they?
Well,
if Dai, we've got a mission for you. Head off to the furthest pit garage away, pit out for the QMMF team. They've got a warning light on the dashboard of the number 931, and we are intrigued to find out what that is exactly.
There's a little bit of, just a tiny little bit of moisture on the windscreen. There were little dots on the windscreen of what looked like moisture. Now that
spot.
Not sure, it could be nothing. But let's see. As Santalok Junior team come in, Elliot Earhart completes the pit stop and cracks on with it. The Santalok team doing a great job as always. Brilliant rally team, Santalok too. Run cars in various championships. So amazing how you get quite a few teams now going across the divide. Really, TalkSport. Great rally team. Also ran cars at the Nürburgring in various places. So yeah, lots of teams that do both.
This is the nearest type of circuit racing to kind of rallying, isn't it? Because you are, servicing and repairing cars in the field, so to speak, in the heat of the event.
True, endurance racing. Yes, I would agree with that. Yeah. Rally mechanics never cease to amaze me, the way the speed that they can get jobs done, because they're often under a real time pressure. They might have a 15-minute service or a 30-minute service, and of course you look at a 24-hour race, every second you take longer, you're losing time.
Yeah,
the stopwatch is always on you, no matter, every time you're at work, stopwatch is on you all the time.
Yeah, same in this.
Yes, for the driver.
When the race is ongoing,
Stopwatch is on you.
I've got a Martini question.
Okay.
So we talked about the Martini livery. So what is the Martini connection with which driver, I should say, in the field
has a Martini Racing connection. Sorry, not collection. Connection.
Not collection.
I'll give you a bit of a clue.
Oh, you need to.
He's in one of the cars now.
Right. Okay. So that. Oh, yeah. That's a Emanuele Pirro.
Oh, you are. Zip up that anorak and pull up the hood.
It's already on.
Do you want to tell me why?
I would think it's Italian Super Touring Car Championship.
No, you are so
close.
Not really. No. He made his Le Mans debut co-driving with Pepe Gabbiani for Martini Racing in a Lancia beat a Monte Carlo in Group 5.
No way.
Didn't finish as well.
What year was that?
1981. My first ever Le Mans.
That's his first Le Mans, Emanuele Pirro.
Yeah.
Drove at Le Mans in 1981. I didn't think. Wow.
I wouldn't have. I would
not. I would have been there all day trying to get that.
Yeah.
Wow. What a legend. How cool. I mean, I thought when I've not been commentating anything as long as you have, Joe. But
that made me sound old.
No, experienced. And I thought I'll never get to commentate on one of Emanuele Pirro's races, and yet
there is that. Yeah, I mean, I was privileged enough to be around in the American Le Mans series early days when Emanuele drove for Audi.
Yeah.
I was at Le Mans for all of his Audi wins, so I've witnessed all of his Audi wins, all of his Le Mans wins, of which there are 4?
5.
5?
5.
Oh, wow. No, 6.
1 in class. 5 overall, 1 in class.
Hang on. I've got 6.
5 overall, 1 in class.
07, 06.
1 was a GTP class.
No, all LMP 900, so...
Yeah, but the Bentley won that year.
What, in 2003?
Yeah.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Yeah, you've trumped me again, so 5. Yeah, of course, 5. What am I thinking? It's late. Shared the champion car with Stefan Johansson and JJ Lauter, first in class, 3rd overall. That anorak needs zipping up a bit further.
You should trust me with my anorak on.
I know, I should admit. I know.
Pit stop for one of our Porsche 992s. This is the Road to Le Mans car, the number 949, Francesc Gutierrez Agui. Now this is really interesting because Francesco's just brought this car in. He's competed in every Barcelona 24-hour. This is his 25th start.
Fantastic.
That's an achievement.
That is an achievement. We're going to have to get a word with him. Is he just got out of the car? Did you say?
He had. No, actually, I've picked the wrong car there. I do apologise. It's actually the 988 that's into the pits at the moment. It's Yuka Honkavori. Charlie Fonseca, excuse me. My apologies. They're
car.
very similarly painted. Very similarly painted.
So who were you talking about before?
Oh no, well we'll come back to that in a minute to save my blushes. The number 133, Jimmy Broadbent in the JMEC Engineering BMW. They're second in the TCX class, just 14 laps off the lead. But what's going on there? He's got back going again. See?
That's a control-alt-delete, quite literally, isn't it?
Yes.
Jimmy told us earlier he only got the call on Tuesday. Do you want to? Can you come and race this BMW E46 in the Barcelona 24 hours? He'd never been here before. He'd driven a GT4 class car on iRacing around this circuit, and he said that the sim is so good. We all know how good iRacing is. One of the 20 World Series partners, thankfully, and we all know how good it is. And it was he'd driven many laps of this track, and here he is experiencing it for real. He's got the car going again. The car has lost a bit of time, remember. It's currently second in TCX, currently 26th overall, and it is quite a chunk of time behind the next car in class, which is the SRS Team Sorg Rennsport Porsche leading TCX in 24th overall. That's completed 254 laps. Jimmy's on 239 laps, but remains to be seen whether he'd be happy enough, Peter, to not come into the pits with that car after it's kind of stopped. And there's no doubt it's just stopped there because he was in the middle of the track, wasn't he? He didn't even get a chance to pull it off.
Very strange there for that 133 car. But if they can keep going, they can still win their class despite a few trials and tribulations. Some of the, many of not of their own making. They've had a couple of bits of altercations with other cars, which other cars have been given penalties for.
Well, it's hit. It's been hit quite
significantly.
It's I think that was probably the reason, or the reason behind those wheel studs breaking off. Didn't necessarily break from the impact immediately, but it eventually broke the wheel studs off the hub, and that had to change, and that's where the car lost a chunk of time. Yeah, so it's took a big of an impact.
First brake change we've caught on camera anyway, with 14.5 hours to go. 9.5 hours done. Brake change done at the front then for the 988 Porsche MRS GT Racing. A quick one. It looked pretty quick too. Like they got that job done.
Yeah.
And they've been in the pits for 4 minutes 40.
Yeah, just coming up to 5 minutes. 4 minutes 47 was how he clicked the timing beam when he left the pits there. Amadio Quiros now at the wheel of the number 988. That's the MRS car. Currently 8th on the road, 6th in the 992 AM class. And the car will be recovering a little bit of ground there, while that car of Mulliner Motorsport just ahead of it in 992, currently 15th overall, is in the pits. And I think that might be on schedule, Peter. It's been in the pits now for about just over 3.5 minutes, the number 918. So we'll see if that car resumes shortly.
Interestingly, in second position, the Optima Motorsport McLaren crew have said, okay, not funny anymore. They've put their superstar in, Frederick Schandorf, who knows his way around this 720S GT3, podium finisher in IMSA in this exact model of car. He's just started his stint, so he'll be looking to chase down Dustin Blattner in the Herberth Motorsport Porsche. Elliot Earhart sitting in third, 55 seconds back, who has just not long pitted as well. He's an hour and 16 minutes into his stint, and as they come over the timing beam, actually the Optimum car dropped down to third after that pit stop. So it's all shuffling around all the time. In fact, the Santalot car is very, very close by my reckoning, Joe. Looks like there's just a second between them. So Earhart in second for Santalot Junior Team is a second ahead of the Optimum McLaren in third. And that's pretty much like for like, because they've both been into the pits relatively recently. Santalot cars 5-10 minutes ago?
Yeah, the Santalot car, I'm not sure, because the stint time of Elliot Earhart is on an hour and 16.
Time.
That's his driving time.
Yeah, he was in the pits in the last 10 minutes.
Is he? So that's a race on track then.
It is really a true race on track.
Yeah, so we'll wait for Schandorf to give us his first lap at racing speed. His out lap has already been completed, and he's on the first racing lap. We'll see what sort of times he's getting down to. The McLaren now with brand new Hankook tyres and a full tank of fuel.
And a pro driver on board.
On board.
That helps.
We're optimising the number 4 now, aren't we?
That is Optima Motorsport optimising.
Yes, it is.
Living up to their name. Frederick Schandorf classified as a pro driver. Elia Earhart as a semi-pro. Elia, a very strong semi-pro. Winner of the GP of the SPX class at the Nürburgring last year in a GT2 Mercedes. Meanwhile, the E2P Racing, the Spanish squad, pit from 6th position, and out of that car comes Antonio Cinero, who has a proper cool helmet design. It's a Spider-Man helmet design. He's got the spider's web over the top of his helmet. It's blue on the top, red banding.
Therein lies the difference between you and I. I was looking at the tyres coming off the car, and you were looking at the driver's helmet. I'll leave it there.
Well, that's why we have your expertise in the commentary box, Joe. I mean, we can't bring the quality of broadcast without your presence, so we all stay in our lane.
Yes. All right. Very good point.
Off they go.
Very good point.
Off they go into a very strong pit stop there from the E2P Racing Time. I did just about notice that out of my peripheral vision that was a strong pit stop. Would you agree, Joe? In your expert opinion?
Sorry, man. There's no dragging it back now. Sorry. No dragging it back.
Nothing to drag back.
No, obviously not.
And we were both looking at two different things. No point us looking at the same.
A good point, Peter. Yes, that's why we make a great team.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Now then, Fred Chandoff, 1:44.8 in comparison to the Herbert car ahead of him, 1:46.1. So now we are seeing that McLaren being optimised, as we say it.
Yeah, that was a switch on the last lap, and I think Earhart's played that smart. When you've got effectively a factory driver in a top car behind you, just say that's fine, you go ahead. We're doing our plan. And Santalok have won so many races in the 24/8 series. That lineup won the 24 Hours of Sebring when we did that 3 years ago.
Oh yeah.
So I can't remember if it was Santalok they were running with at that time or another team, but it was that lineup of Eli Earhart, Pierre Kaffer, Michael Doppelmayr, etc. And they had Marcus Winkelhock in the car too.
Did you go to that one?
No, I was Global Broadcast Centre for that
okay.
one.
Yeah, because it was 21, wasn't it?
It was still
restrictions
difficult
on travelling
to travel,
to the US,
yes.
didn't
Nick and Andrew Marriott went.
Nick went to the pit and did the pit lane.
So did Andrew Marriott.
Yeah.
Mariotti. So Frederick Chandorf goes up into second place. And of course, the other thing we've got to think about as well is the championship too, because Herbert are leading by 22 points, but Herbert have 20 points of drop score to take off, so actually it's very tight in the overall championship. E2P had just bidded from 6th place, and Diana Bix has caught up with Antonio Senero.
I am with Antonio. He's just jumped out of the car to inside your garage. There's a lot of cheering when you arrive back.
Yes, these people is amazing. We have a lot of public today because it's our home race, so we are very happy to have them all here.
Antonio, how is that stint out there on track, and how much is it evolving at this point in the race?
Well, it was a little bit hard because we are going to... Our strategy is going for long stints, so we are going to go for long with the tires. So it's been quite hard, quite tough, but we are alive, we are still alive, so we are happy.
How are you finding the tyre? Some teams have been struggling a little bit, but are you managing the tyres well?
Yes, since we came here, we were working in the setup for not to work too much the tyre. So our balance is quite good for the tyre, and we are working on that.
What's the strategy plan for the night shift?
I don't know. Survive. Just survive. Still going for long stints, keeping the tyre alive, and that's it.
Antonio, thank you so much. I'll let you get back to all your guests in the garage there. They're all waving. I want them to wave. Come on, guys, give us a wave.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias to E2P Racing. Quite a
raucous reception for Antonio Senero.
The Mardi Gras going on down there.
Yeah. Actually, when we sign off, we just go and join the party.
Yes. Yes, Di, keep us a seat down there in the E2P Racing pit. Alvaro Parente now at the wheel of the number 90. 6th in GT3, 6th overall. 4th in the Pro-Am class.
And Antonio back at Mugello in the rain, and we had a big shower near the end of the race, and Antonio had quite a big crash in that Porsche 911 GT3R at turn 1 at Mugello, which one of the fastest sections anywhere on a racetrack in Europe. You come over that crest, and if it goes wrong there, it goes wrong big time.
It's a kilometre long, isn't it?
It's huge, yeah. I mean, a MotoGP bike's doing 220 miles an hour over that crest, you know.
Into
so
effectively a hairpin right.
Into a hard, down to second gear, probably, maybe even first gear. And yeah, Antonio had a big crash there, and he walked away from it, and he's got back in the car, got back up to speed, and that's something I really respect. Take your cap off to be able to defeat that mental challenge. That's really impressive,
especially there.
Oh, that's especially the wall is really close.
Lack of imagination, I put that down.
A little bit, well, maybe, but no, I think mighty impressive. But it's a great team. Much. You can tell whenever we speak to the E2P crew on the grid before the start of the race, they've got a great sense of humour. Usually, when Antonio's doing his interview, all the team come behind him are trying to put him off his interview and stuff. Right. It's but always a good giggle with the E2P squad.
Isn't that what 24/8 Series and the organising body Creventic absolutely thrive for, absolutely want? That's what their race series is about. And you know, looking back on that interview that Di did with Tracy Crone, where this is his downtime.
Yeah,
he's a high level, high end, very successful businessman that pays for his racing. This is his therapy, and that is their therapy in that E2P garage. They are there, they're having fun. They may not be the most competitive car in the field, but they are there. They're 6th overall. Their car's going round and round, and their drivers. I mean, Alvaro Parenti. What's his pedigree?
He could have gone all the way to F1, couldn't he?
Absolutely. Yes, yeah. He was a massively gifted and talented driver. And they're going about their racing, and wherever they come out the other end tomorrow lunchtime at midday, it'll be a bonus if they are on the podium. If not, well, they're here to fight another day, and they'll be back.
They're well in the mix for it, for sure. Well, RPM Racing, they're up to 3rd in the 992 overall, 2nd in the AM class, and Patrick Huysman is still really in the groove. I mean, perhaps we can maybe break him out of this trance at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, because he'll still be going. He just seems to be wearing a groove into the track, really on the pace. And isn't it amazing as well, Joe, where you think Porsche Super Cup, you think, well, they're 20-minute sprint races, with championing that, what's that got to do with anything? But then, of course, the way that the car is, it's a perfect launch pad on into endurance racing of all types.
They have been, haven't they? Even Larry Tenvoda we've seen in longer distance racing, and Patrick Huysman's time has come. He's into the pits now, Peter, and is
into refueling.
Just trying to find him. Where is he on that screen?
He's just pitted from 3rd in the 992s. Into the pit he goes. The Crone Racing crew are there with the blue and green suits as usual. Fuel nozzle goes straight into the front-mounted fuel tank there, and the other mechanic having a look. That is a well-drilled outfit working away there. So Patrick Huysman done his job. Whether they'll leave him at the wheel, his driving time's just gone away.
Yeah, I know. I was wondering what his stint time was. He's put in some astounding laps, and it was the consistency of those lap times, not just the lap times, they were quick, but it was the consistency of those lap times. 145s, 145s, 145s. All right, if he went slower than that, was because he had to get around traffic, and that is just the calibre of Patrick Huysman. A driver with his experience, certainly in these cars, certainly is what we've just witnessed. Whether or not he'll hand over to a teammate, we'll wait and see. We'll wait for any report that Di might have back at the RPM Racing Garage. Patrick Huysman still in the fueling area though, Peter, so fuel's still going in.
Optimum Motorsport, a minute and 22 seconds back from Herbeth Motorsport at the front of the field. However, Herbeth will need to pit in the next 20 minutes or so. Dustin Black has been at the wheel for 51 minutes in his stint, so he will need to come in, and it will go back and forth. So Optimum now with Frederick Schandorf at the wheel, their top driver. That will bring them up, but then they'll have to switch him out. He can't drive all night. He's allowed to do 2 hours maximum, and then an hour rest, 2 hours maximum, and so on. So this is just going to go back and forth all night long.
2-second time penalty to the 907 of Heisman, still in fueling, exceeding the speed limit during a code 60. 2 seconds is the time penalty. That's almost a stop and go, isn't it?
It's a bit, very quick stop and go.
It will be. He's into the pits now, so he will be coming out of fueling, and he has gone. I think the 2 second stop. I'm not sure if he actually stopped in the pit box. He's in front of the pit garage now, and we'll see whether or not there is a driver change there. I'm not sure where Di is on the pit lane. If she could shed some light on that soon, or we'll see when the car leaves the pit lane.
Yeah. Well, we'll sit tight, and they've got a kind of embarrassment of riches there. They've got Nick Jonsson they could put in. They've got Philip Hambrecht they could put in,
and it was served.
And it's been served.
Yeah,
okay.
It was so quick that I didn't notice it in front of me downstairs. I can't see for the bright lights actually.
No, that's good.
The floodlights.
So they can, and we heard. I had a fantastic interview with Tracy Crone, who said he'll be back sort of early as the sun comes up in the morning. So then we could, when we come back on air at 7:30 local tomorrow, that 907 car could potentially be up in the right in the front of the 992s.
Driver change.
As we get to that point, so it has been a driver change to former Carrera Cup Asia champion Philip Hambrecht. So don't expect the pace to back off at all from Patrick Heisman. So RPM Racing looking good at the moment, as Dustin Blattner just sets the personal best lap, the best time for that Herbert Motorsport Porsche of the entire race. 1:43.564, 1.2 seconds quicker than pro driver Frederick Schandorf.
And that's come 53 minutes into the stint. So yes, his fuel has gone down, but his tyres have done 53 minutes. It's cracking pace from that leader. He's responded to Schandorf in the car, hasn't he?
Just a bit. And Herbert, they are. I mean, according to the grading, Dustin Blattner is is he a semi-pro or is he an AM? He is. I just shuffle my papers. He's an AM driver, but he's doing the pace of a pro driver. In fact, he's eclipsing the pace of the pro driver. In the last couple of laps, he's taken 4 seconds out of Frederick Schandorf. So, and on much older tyres than what Schandorf is using. So, you're running out of superlatives for Herbert and their drivers, and you've got to think in their garage right now, Joe. What are they going to be thinking? Because they probably are more aware than anyone else in the ground of the circuit that they have a rapid race car and the drivers are in top form. What are they saying to each other right now? They're just going, okay guys, calm down, like we know we've got a good car. What are they doing to manage that situation, do you think?
The engineers are going to be controlling the pace. They'll be asking for a target time from their drivers. They'll know, and it's all to do with tyre life, etc. And that's who'll be managing these cars. It's down to the driver to take instructions and hit those marks. We were talking about Patrick Heisman being the superstar he is. Well, Patrick Heisman has a superstar in front of him in the form of Dinah Binks.
Oh, it's getting late. I am with Patrick. Patrick, you've just jumped out of the car. How satisfied were you with the performance out there?
Basically, the car was running pretty well, but then 25%, and I mean, after that stop, somehow the tires lost their grip, and it was a bit of a struggle. But so far, the car was doing well. Tracy had a small incident earlier in the race, and the steering is a little bit offset. But basically, the balance is okay, and I think the lap times are okay. So just keep on going in a consistent way, and still a long way to go.
Definitely is. It's a long old race, but we're at that point of the night time where it's gone from sunshine to darkness, and that takes a different perspective on the car.
Yeah, definitely. But I love driving in the dark, so it's me. I just came out, and now Philip is in, and so I'll be on and off with him for the next couple of stints. And then later in the night, it's time for a rest, and the colleagues will get in.
Do you like the night stints?
Yeah, I love it. You know, it's very quiet. It's quiet in the car. You only have your headlights, so for me, it's a relaxing way of racing.
How different do you have to adjust for your braking points when it's dark like that?
Nah, not really. I mean, the corners, the braking points are very well lighted, so it's not a big deal.
Well, enjoy your rest. Thank you.
Thank you.
Interesting tactic that they are going to cycle through Philip Hamprecht and Patrick Heisman, and they're going to flip-flop those two drivers. That's kind of they're going to get some good pace, consistently good pace from those two drivers out there, and that's going to give them a strong position to be in when we start going to sunrise, I would think.
Every team is standing there with a pack of cards, and they've got a couple of aces, and right now RPM, they're going all in. They're just going, right, this is where we strike. It's just the darkness is now fully down. This is actually where you're going to see bigger fluctuations in time based on experience and skill. They're going, right, we're putting in our two hot shoes. We're putting Patrick Heisman in, 3-time Porsche Super Cup champion, and we're putting Philip Hamprecht in, Porsche Carrera Cup Asia champion, in a Porsche 992. They're going, right. And from what I gathered there, could be wrong, Patrick, I think he was saying is it's going to be hour on, hour off, from what that sounded like. Didn't sound like it's going to be 2 hours on, 2 hours off. It sounded more like it's going to be a quick relay, but I could be wrong.
I didn't read it that way at all.
No, okay.
I didn't read into that at all, actually. Right. I would think if we're ever going to see drivers double stinting, it may be in the cool of the night. There's still talk of not being able to double stint the tyres, and I don't think we've seen anyone come in on an hour and 20-minute set of tyres and stay out on those tyres. Every time I've seen a car down there, it's gone on to new tyres. And if we are going to see people trying to stretch the tyre life, it may be in a short stint. You may short stint somebody in that period of, say, a code 60, where you're going to top off the fuel or take on a little bit of chunk of fuel and just stretch the stint a little bit more. That warning light's still there, isn't it? That warning light on the QMMF car, the 931, second in the 992 class and 9th overall.
So it's not the fuel light?
It's not the fuel light, no.
Because it's about 3-4 laps it will give you thereabouts, depending on the length of the circuit, of course. But the QMMF 931 car, their pace is not as strong as it was. And even just a warning light being on the dash is going to put you off a little, particularly if you're less experienced. And
it'll put you off initially, Peter, but then when you've established
maybe
whether it's irrelevant or not, then you just live. Then it's not going to be.
Unless it is a genuine issue, of course, then it's going to take pace away.
Well, even if it's a genuine issue, is that the driver's going to take instruction. True. And if that instruction is to keep on going and ignore it, then that's what you're going to do.
Yeah, true.
Initially, it's going to be.
Yeah, but it's been a thought for Ibrahim Al Abdul Ghani, because that around the time when that light came on, they were leading the race, and Red Ant are leading the race on pace now for sure, but that's got to be frustrating. They've got at the moment. Ibrahim is an hour and 4 minutes into his stint, so maybe another 20 minutes before coming in the Porsche Cup car, maybe 15 minutes or so before he has to come in for fuel.
Yeah, I think so. He's not far off, is he?
Thereabouts. So we'll get Anna to run down to the it's a pit out direction, isn't it? The QMMF HRT garage.
Yeah, it's the one at the farthest. At the farthest point. So
yeah,
Di, there's a red light, there's a red screen that has warning in the cockpit of that number 931, the QMMF car. Ibrahim Abdul Ghani is at the wheel, and he's kind of due in the next 10, maybe 15 minutes. And someone in the Kim is the team manager down there at HRT. And he might be able to tell us it's clearly not an issue, Peter, or else that car wouldn't be going round and round. So I'm just nosy. I want to know what it's for.
Yeah. Could be a it could be that they've maybe the way that they're running the tyre pressures and the way that the dash is reacting could just be a sensor issue. It could be
it could be anything.
It could be a big run of things. There's a battle on track. So am I. Battle for 4th place. Luke Breukers in the red Camel by Jutta Racing. Audi just 0.3 of a second ahead of Jens Klingmann in the Poulsen Racing BMW. I always when I'm walking around a racing paddock, I always like looking at the trucks and see who's got the biggest truck, who's got the fanciest truck. And I think Poulsen Racing do. Now, that's because they sell them. Christian Poulsen sells trucks. He's an importer and distributor of trucks. Right, so
okay.
they sell race trailers as well.
Really get the pick of the fleet then.
I think he's got the pick of the fleet. Yes, it looks pretty fancy. The Poulsen Transporter, and they've got a pretty fancy driver at the wheel right now, putting pressure on Luke Breukers, who of course is brand new to this this particular Audi R8 LMS GT3, experienced in the Porsche Cup car and TCR cars in the past, but this is the ultimate GT3 test, isn't it? With a BMW, long time BMW driver in your rear view mirror. Of course, Klingmann, he can really burst on the scene in remember the Turner Z4, the Turner Motorsport Z4 GT3.
Yes,
he was in that car,
that's right. Yeah, I think so. He's about to get right under the rear wing of Luke Breukers. So it's Audi R8 versus BMW M4, and Jens Klingmann just coming onto the rear of that car now. Half a second the gap between the 4th place Luke Breukers Red Camel Audi and the 5th place Jens Klingmann Poulsen Motorsport BMW. Half a second across the line. That's going to ebb and flow if Luke can keep him behind the BMW there, the red and white livery chasing down the black and gold livery off towards turn 4 now, and they will turn into this sweeping corner. Not really any speed differential, or not much of a speed differential. However, the passing opportunity is potentially upon them now as they head towards turn 5. It's a downhill hairpin, and right under the bumper now the BMW goes. He follows them out to 5. They will go through a left-hand kink, positioning the car to the right of the road and through a left-hand sweep. It's fast, this left-hander, using the curb on the right, and then the even faster turn 9, absolutely nailing the throttle early, and then that run down to the more open hairpin, the recent changes back to the original configuration at turn 10, and no longer an out-braking point because it's a much faster hairpin. And here we are towards the end of the lap now, through turn 12, through the very fast turn 13 and the equally fast final turn, heading towards the final turn. Now they've got traffic ahead of them, and Luke reacting massively well there and getting down the inside of the Ginetta, fighting the wheel at the exit there. Great driving from the Audi youngster. Luke on the pace of his older brother, I've got to say it. If there is any difference, it's merely hundredths and tenths of a second, and Luke gaining experience every time and gaining more GT3 experience this weekend, Peter.
Fantastic stuff from Luke Breukers to hold off someone of Jens Klingmann's experience in that Poulsen car, which has been quick. Bearing in mind, this is the first weekend that Red Camel have got their hands on a GT3 car, let alone that one. You know, so it's all new for them, and they're really acquitting themselves well. They're battling for 4th position, holding off that Poulsen BMW, and well, that was a 50-50 decision there at that penultimate corner for Luke. Did he back out of it, lose time and potentially lose a position, or did he dive up the inside of that Ginetta? He chose the latter, slide it up, and the Ginetta was given the option, hold the door open or we hit each other, and you have to take that risk, and he went for it. And great stuff from Luke Breukers. But I tell you what, Joe, it looks seriously busy at the wheel of that Audi R8 LMS for Luke Breukers. There's a lot of big steam.
He was offline though, wasn't he? He had to go offline to get around the Ginetta and that sort to kind of unbalance the car through that final turn. He's now got his composure back. They are going through turn 10, immediately followed by that 180-degree sweeping turn 12. short burst of a straight into 13, very fast entry, very fast exit, and then the final turn here. All important to get this one right, Peter, because this one will define, coming out of the final turn, will define how fast you are all the way down this long straight here at Barcelona. And Luke Broik is there in the number 9, maintains that gap to, let's see it. Where are we?
Down into turn
still
one.
half a second. Still half a second.
A car length. Nothing to separate it. Brilliant stuff. And I bet you Luke Broikers is loving this. In the night at Barcelona, GT3 car. BMW right behind you, fighting away. Brilliant. Brilliant. How long they've both been in for well over an hour. Broikers 1 hour 13 at the wheel. Klingman 1 hour 6. So interesting. So they might well. Now last time Luke Broikers came in, he was only in the pits for 1 minute and 20, including fuel, 1 minute and 26. So that must have been at the previous code 60. So the red Camel Audi has got to be caught. The Camel is bound to be getting thirsty by now.
Could well be.
And certainly before the Pilsen BMW would have, which took a full pit stop at the last one. Now in GT4 Lion Speed GP were in the lead with Patrick Kolb at the wheel. He's just handed over to Dennis Bond, and in turn Apex MP Racing have got ahead with their KTM, and Diana Binks is down at the Lion Speed garage to pick up with Patrick himself.
I am, yes. He's just finishing a little conversation with someone inside the garage. He was behind me, but I've lost him. But I'll just go and see if he can come to have little chat with us now. I might lose a little bit of signal. Yeah, we just go back out in case we lose that signal a little bit. Patrick, you've just jumped out of the car. You don't even look like you've got a sweat on.
Yeah, it was actually, this time it was quite okay. The first stint was quite difficult. We were struggling quite a bit with the tires in the beginning. Now it was actually quite nice. I think we got the tires to work finally, and so no, it was a good stint. Brought the car to the front, and now let's keep the temperatures here where they are, and then we're good to go.
What's been the sort of challenge with the tires? Obviously, we've spoken to a number of teams, and they've had the same thing. You know, bringing the tires in has taken longer than they thought.
Well, in the end, it's a tire which needs a lot of care. So, yeah. It's about activating them very, very slowly, being way more cautious. Of course, at the start of a race, you don't want to be rolling around. So I think everyone tended to overdrive the tires a bit, me as well included. So now it's kind of like, okay, good, taking 5 steps back in the first 3 laps, kind of giving them a bit of time to warm up. Seems like they're not a morning person.
How's the race evolving? Obviously, you know, we've gone from daylight into nighttime, managing the traffic and all the other issues that come with that.
Well, in general, the race seems quite calm. There's not been many incidents. A few cars which had technical issues. So far, we've stayed out of trouble, which is good. Goal is just to roll through, stay out of trouble, clock up, wait, see where we stand when the sun rises, and then from there we push.
When are you back in the car?
Probably in the next 3 hours. Now Dennis is in the car, then Dan is in. And depending on whether we're going to start going on to double stints now or not for the night, it'll either be in 3 hours or a little longer. One of our drivers is not doing the night, which is also fine. He did a lot of clock work during the day. So yeah, we're doing a bit of night work here.
Great stuff. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So just under 14 hours to go then here in the 25th edition of the 24 Hours of Barcelona. So an ideal time then to have a look at how things stand. Herberth Motorsport, your championship leaders at the top of the shop right now, with Dustin Blattner just heading to the mid part of his stint, and second position is the Danish ace Frederick Schandorf in second in the Optimum Motorsport McLaren. Then it's the Santilok Junior team with Elliot Earhart aboard of their R8 LMS GT3 Evo 2. Also in one of those Audis is the Red Camel team for the first time this weekend. Luke Broikers holding off a determined Jens Klingman, but holding him off for several laps now, with the Poulsen Motorsport driver right in behind, just 6/10 between them at the moment. E2P Racing are in 6th with Alvaro Parent on board. Then it's Juta Racing. Remember, that car was only repaired, and I think they finished the repair at 4 o'clock this morning, so great job from the Lithuanian squad to be running right at the sharp end of the field. Red Ant Racing are your leader in 992 and 8th overall. Kobe de Broikers just brought that car in for some more fuel. In 9th, it's the QMMF by HRT squad. They lead in the 992 AM category. They've also come in for fuel. They do have a warning light that is on their dash. We're trying to find out why that is, and that might become apparent now that they've come back to the pits. Hoffer Racing, they sit in 10th overall. They were quite heavily delayed at the start, so that's a great fight back from the Swiss and German team. RPM Racing, they're starting to lay down the pace now. A great double stint from Patrick Heusmann, and Philip Hambrecht, the Porsche Carrera Cup Asia champion of the past, is right there, and they sit 11th overall. 2nd in the AM class, 3rd of the 992s. Red Ant Racing sister car 904 sits in 12th overall. Then it's HRT Performance. Orchid Racing team are in 14th overall. Then it's MRS GT Racing. And your leader in GT4, the surprise package, the KTM Petmatic for Apex MP Racing, sits 16th overall and the head of a very competitive GT4 category. And just as we do the rundown, because the KTM has just pitted, the Porsche has just popped up. The Line Speed Porsche has just popped up into the lead of GT4. That is a battle that's going to go on throughout the night. Dennis Bone at the wheel now. He's just taken over from Patrick Kolb, who just had a chat with our very own Diana Binks. NM Racing Team, former winner of this race, they sit in 18th overall and 3rd in GT4. Venture Engineering sit 4th in class, 19th overall. Then it's the recovering Land Motorsport team that were very delayed early on in the race. They're on the fight back as well. They're up into the overall top 20 now. SD Racing, they had been leading in GT4, but a stone through the radiator, believe it or not, delayed them about 5 laps. Very quick team, very quick change from the Bascoiden team that are running that SD Racing car and got them back out, and now John Miller is lapping away strongly. NKPP Racing by Bascoiden Racing sit in 22nd with their Porsche 992. Then it's Milner Motorsport and SRS Team Sorg Rennsport are your leader in the TCE TCX class. GSR Motorsport, the Lithuanian squad, they were on pole in the GT4 class, lost nearly an hour at the start of the race. A little bit of contact at the beginning of the race gave them a big delay for repairs, but they are forging on, and who knows where they could get to by 12 o'clock tomorrow. Vortex V8 car 701 at the moment, they lead still in the GTX category despite having an issue earlier on. JMEC Engineering, they've had their trials and tribulations, but they're still 2nd in class. They're in the pits at the moment, and unfortunately have been for 26 minutes, so something not right there at all for JMEC Engineering. Team Africa Le Mans, Emmanuel Perrault at the wheel. I think he's done by far and away the lion's share of the driving. You can't keep him out of there. He just loves it. 28th overall for them. Then it's Asbest Racing, who are in the pits with their Seat and have been for well over 3 hours now, so that might be all she wrote, as are RD Signs and Razu More Than Racing are back going again. They've had a lot of delay in the GTX category, and the 2nd Vortex car likewise sitting in the pits. So just the last few then. CWS Engineering, Colin White at the wheel, they're still going. And the 902 Holmgard Motorsport, they've blown an engine, taken the old engine out, given it to Mantai Racing, who I saw loading it into the back of their truck, probably to take it back to Germany. And they've clearly put a different engine in, and they're back going again. So that is the true spirit of endurance. Unfortunately for the Road to Le Mans team, they are in the pits, and ARC Bratislava have retired because their entire team were sitting at the same dinner table as me. So unfortunately it's an early stop for ARC Bratislava. 13 hours and 54 minutes to go here at Barcelona.
Typical 24 hours of Barcelona, I think, Peter. We've got a few teams that have been in the pits for now a chunk of time. The highest one of those cars is currently 24th in the order. That's the Milner Motorsport Porsche. Now that's been in the pits now for 43 minutes with a problem. It's completed 273 laps. Another car that is losing time. It's the Seat, the TCR spec Seat of Asbest Racing. Now that's lost 2 hours, just over 7 minutes past the 2 hour mark. We've had the RD Sainz Lamborghini in the pits for 3 hours and 15 minutes. That car currently 30th in the order. We've got runners behind them in the order that are gaining ground and regaining ground. The Vortex has been in for 2 hours 32. That's the number 702 Vortex. And then behind them, Colin White, CWS Engineering, continuing to lap and pulling that time back. He's out on track at the moment. You mentioned the Homeguard Motorsport with the complete brand new engine from the Manthey truck, the Porsche customer support truck. That car circulating in 34th place and gaining ground on those cars in the pits. And the two cars at the bottom of the screen, 3 hours in the pits for the Road to Le Mans Porsche, car 949. And I think the only true, and by true I mean pulling down the garage retirement, pulling down the garage door retirement, was the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini that went out with damage to the left rear corner. Staying on the subject of pits, Dye has made inquiries at QMMF. They did a power reset on the car and they've said there's nothing to worry about, it's now off. Some information coming in from other sources. Davey Waymer of Sportscar 365 said it looked very similar to the warm steering notification that appeared on the RPM car. You think not? You think different, slightly different, is it?
Well, one was orange and one was red. So that might be the camera, but it looked like the one in the RPM car was orange, and it went on and off very, very quickly.
Well,
so I don't know. We need to dig more on that one. I think.
Or we sit back and let it manifest again, and we'll keep an eye on that QMMF car. Currently, where is the QMF car? There it is. Way up the order. 9th overall, 2nd in 992 overall, 1st in the 992 AM class. This was the car that won the 992 Endurance Cup in the AM class last weekend at Spa. That car's been pretty much washed down, wiped off, polished, and out on track here at Barcelona literally less than a week later. So that car showing just how robust and how, what I always use the term, bulletproof. Dare I say that? Touch wood, touch all the wood I've got in front of me on that QMF car. It's done some mileage.
Well, it's interesting that it's just gone off a power reset and off.
Power resets took it off.
That's it. Whatever it was.
How many times have you done that with an engine light? You've got an engine. You're driving home from the supermarket. An engine light comes on. I drive an old Merc, so it's there more than often. And you get out the car, you get back in it, and you have to remind. Oh, I thought I had an engine light on. It's got off. Just the sensors being overly emotional.
Well, that happened in the as we see. Another of the brake changes going in, another one of the Porsche 992s doing a brake change.
That's
now which number is that? 967. Yes, Jonathan Kearney in the HRT performance car doing they're getting a brake change done. But yeah, that happened at the very first race of the Porsche RS Spider, where Sasha Maston was told at the start line at Laguna Seca, saying, mechanic reached into the car and said, the car's not going to last half an hour, so enjoy it, have fun while it lasts. But the car's not going to last because the steering rack temperature is off the scale and we don't know why. So we will probably retire. So yeah, go and have some fun. And they kept going and they kept going and they won the race. They won their class. Turned out it was just a dodgy sensor. Nothing wrong with the steering rack temperature. So Diana Binkstown in the pit lane has got more news for us. Di.
just jumped out of the car. He's just having a chat with Bradley Ellis, who's his coach, who's in the back there. You want a drink? He's going to get a quick drink and then come back and chat to me. As I say, he's just literally jumped out of the car. He needs to hydrate, and that was a 967 that the HRT Performance Porsche 911 GT3 Cup, the 992 car that he's just brought in. So I'll just let him finish that water. We still, I asked the other engineer about the 931 earlier about the light, but he said he wasn't unduly concerned, as you just reiterated, and I think it's gone off now completely, has it, guys?
From the onboard pictures, yes, Di. So did he say what the warning light was for, by any chance?
No, he didn't. He just said they were not concerned. They did a hard reset and it had gone off. So if it comes back on, obviously they'll look at it. So Jonathan's with me now. Jonathan, you've just jumped out of the car. How was that stint?
Amazing, and my first time doing a night stint. So yeah, all the emotions. Nothing to compare it to, but yeah, pretty special. Learned a lot, and I'll take everything I didn't do so well, I guess, into the next night.
What struck you the most? What was the thing that you thought, oh my God, I didn't expect it to be like this, or it's more than I thought?
Well, I think this is a first for me for everything. It's my first 24 hours. All of my experience today has been sprint racing, so I did my first hour and 45 earlier today, which was amazing in the sunlight. Yeah, just you can't really see. You have to memorise the lines. The GT3s seem a bit more kind of aggressive, but still fun. I still had time to smile in there, but yeah, a bit frustrating.
Well, you're still in the race. You're still smiling, which is good. Yeah. You said it's your first 24-hour race. I mean, how much more confidence do you feel now you're doing endurance racing, because you get so much track time?
Yeah, I think how I summed up the first stint this afternoon was everything that I've been coached by Brad. I experienced every bit of it, and it all started to make sense. Like, there was eureka moments in it. So I think it's just that time in the car again, it's seat time, and yeah, you get an hour and a half, hour and 45 run. Yeah, you cover off all the bits you didn't do so well, and yeah, it was pretty special, to be fair. It was amazing.
How satisfying is it when you keep punching in those laps and they just get better and better and quicker and quicker?
Yeah, they do. And the tyres keep getting worse and worse and just test you even more. I'm soaking it all up. Won't be my last, I don't think, so I'm still smiling. Maybe come and chat to me after the next stint, maybe. See if I'm still smiling.
We will. We'll come and hunt you down. Thank you so much.
Cheers. Thanks a lot.
He's absolutely having a ball, isn't he?
It's the
He's
dream.
loving it.
Living
yeah,
the dream.
Absolutely. And that's great to see. And you know what? That is a driver that this series is made for. He's cut his teeth in national racing across in the UK, and he's coming here with his driver coach, Bradley Ellis, and like he says, Brad preparing him well, because everything that Brad said would happen seems to have happened. It's brilliant.
And what an experience. I mean, for me, going abroad, racing a circuit that's either very unfamiliar or completely new, racing against international competition, for me that's so compelling, such a compelling prospect to do. I mean, nothing is, don't get me wrong, I'm not criticising national racing at all. You have to, but international's so cool. I mean, you're all just everything's new, everything's different. The weather is definitely better. Yeah, well, yeah, that's something that's for sure. And in that Porsche Cup category as well, you've got such a good reference of other teams and other cars to see where you stand and see where you stack up too.
Yeah, I mean, there are other one-make series. The Ginetta series comes to mind there. Just the name on the overall there, that brought that to mind. There are other national series where people have cut their teeth. Owen Hizzy, for instance, cut his teeth. I think I first remember Owen's first racing experience was one of the junior hatch series in the UK. So starting very early. And Owen, with Venture Engineering, is here in GT4, bringing their Mercedes AMG GT4 to the series. The car owner we talked to, didn't we? Neville Jones, he with his son Chris and his other son, who isn't in the car. And you know why his other son isn't in the car? Because he's about 8 foot tall and he simply doesn't fit. He would have been in the car as we go code 60, Peter.
We have got code 60.
He would have been in the car, but he's too tall to get in. So unless they go for a Porsche Targa, then do forgive me, Neville, I forgot the name of your very, very tall son.
A Porsche Targa race. He needs an open top. He needs to do historic racing in like an Acura or a Porsche Spider with an open
extended roll
roof.
Any idea what this code 60 is for?
No clue why it's a code 60. So something has occurred out on circuit that is the race control have decided. Everyone then has to go down to 60 kilometers an hour. There is no safety car, so everyone goes along where they were on the circuit. They go down to 60 kilometers an hour. There'll be a button on the steering wheel that basically is like a cruise control button almost, or a speed limiter button that you've got. So we should see the fueling area getting fairly busy, and indeed it is. The 474 KTM, that front-running KTM and GT4, the TCE leader, the Team Sorg Sport Porsche, in
the car we've just been speaking about, Owen Izzy, has brought the Venture Engineering Mercedes in as well.
That's right, it's just rolling into fuel right now as we speak. Now that a car has just gone off at the exit of La Caixa. It's one of the Porsche Cup cars. I didn't grab the number on it, unfortunately, but I don't think that was the cause of the code 60. It was in and out of the gravel in no time, so that doesn't seem like a reason to call a code 60 to me. Now, problems, I think, for car number 414. That's the KTM fighting for the lead in GT4. Michael Ambrose has just brought it in. The Apex MP Racing crew are going to work. They've taken the engine cover off and they're looking in the engine bay in the middle of that KTM. Now, what's going on here, Joe? Any ideas?
Well, no, I have no idea. I can't read. They're topping up oil. They've got oil out, so they're losing oil, which is never a good thing. Now, where they are losing oil from, if it's being burnt in the cylinders, that's lacking a bit of power. They'll be losing compression. So the oil being topped up very quickly. I think that was about, what, a couple of litres that went in there from the size of that bottle. Yep. They had another couple of litres ready, but that didn't get used, did it?
So that looks actually more routine.
That's right. I was about to say that looks like a routine service rather than replenishing oil from an issue.
Because if you were, even in your street car, if you were to drive it flat out for 10 hours and 22 minutes, it would need more oil.
Yeah, 10 minutes for mine, man.
For your big Mercedes.
No, it's pretty sad.
You've got an oil Bowser.
No, it's touch wood. I'm taking the mic.
So the code 60 goes off back to green just as quick as that. Absolutely no idea why we went to code 60, folks. I'm really sorry.
Yeah, if we get any other further information to tell you why, it may have been that there was a bit of debris on the track and that's been cleared up. Hard to see in the dark conditions, of course.
Now, pit stop for the 988 MRS GT racing car. They had done a front wheel brake change. They're now going to do a rear brake change on that Porsche 992 Cup machine. At the moment, Amadeo Quiros brought that car in from 7th in the 992s, 5th in the AM class, and the team are going to work on that. Now, in just over 8 minutes time, myself, Peter Mackay and Joe Bradley are going to, and indeed Diana Binks in the pits, we are going to leave you, unfortunately. We will still keep the stream going with onboard footage, I believe, but commentary will resume at 7:30 local time tomorrow. It's just coming up to 10:30 local time, so 9 hours from now we will be back and with all flag-to-flag coverage from the beginning, from 7:30 tomorrow morning local time to 12 o'clock to the end of the race, and of course the podium celebrations as well. So so a little break for the camera operators and indeed for us in the commentary booth, and we thank you for your company up to now for the last 10 hours and 22 minutes of action, and there certainly hasn't been a shortage of stuff for us to talk about, and that's what 24-hour races are about and what multi-class racing is about, because we've got several races in one. The top car, Dustin Plattner, has just been in to the pitch during that code 60 and has hung on to the lead.
Yeah, the Herbert car just hanging on to the lead by just under a lap. 1 minute and 41 seconds, the gap between first and second. It's the Herbert Porsche running ahead of the Optimum Motorsport McLaren. And last time by, that was the gap. A couple of laps off the lead lap is Christy Jons. He's in the Sonderlock Audi, the Sonderlock Junior team, to give it its full description. They're on 320 laps, 39 seconds behind them, but into the pits has gone the Jens Klingman-driven Poulsen Motorsport BMW. He has been in the pits now for about 3.5 minutes or from fueling and into the pits. Ivo Breuk is now at the wheel of the red Camel car. They're in 5th overall on 319 laps, so just off the lap ahead of the car that's just ahead of them. 6th in the GT3 class is Alvaro Parenti. He's about 40 seconds behind the red Camel car. And then a little bit of a gap, isn't it? Martin Rieber at the wheel of the Jutta Audi, car 71, in 7th place, and they're about 7 laps off the cars ahead of them. We've got to mention the 992 class leader. They're ahead by a lap now. The red Ant car just putting a lap on the rest of the field. I think that's a lap, Peter. If it's not, it's nigh on a lap. As the second car in the 992 class, that's the QMMF car. Caused a little bit of worry and consternation for us. They're in 9th place with that warning light. However, with a bit of a control or delete, they've gotten rid of the warning, and that car now running on 310 laps. Another lap gap to, in fact, that's not a lapse gap between the two class runners. It's 56 seconds. So chunk of time, yes, that's half a lap, a bit of a gap, but sort of gap where you can't really settle, Peter. You've got to keep pushing.
No, it's really, really tight in the 992 category between Red Ant and the QMMF by HRT team, and I'm sure the HRT squad will be delighted to see that warning light go off after that quick power reset at the previous pit stop. In GT4, it's Dennis Bowen for Lionspeed GP, ahead of the Venture Engineering Mercedes, which has just crept up there with Owen Hizzy at the wheel. Michael Ambrose in the Apex MP Racing KTM. Just before we go off, before we leave you for the evening, Dana Pinks has got one more interview for us.
I have Poulsen Motorsport, the number 14. Jens, you've just jumped out of the car after that stint. Was that a double stint you just did?
Yeah, it's 1.5, and it's quite difficult to manage a tyre for 1.5 stints. It was 51 laps. It's high degradation, so we're managing from the first lap onwards, but it's a long race, so the usual story, we're trying to manage, we're trying to survive, then we see where we are when the sun comes up, and then we go from there. But it's good fun, it's always good fun racing in Creventic here, and I'm still enjoying it a lot.
What about this circuit here in Barcelona that has...
I like the circuit. I think it's less dangerous for the multi-class racing because of the last chicane being removed. So it's a bit more straightforward. I think it's a fun layout. It's many right corners, so you might start feeling the neck at some point, but I like it. It's a very fluent layout. It's very challenging as well. It's a very technical track, so I think it's one of the best tracks probably to do a 24-hour race.
Are you enjoying the different classes and the sort of competition element that brings?
Yeah, I'm enjoying it, but I'm used to a lot of multi-class racing. But here you can see that many drivers, they're not so familiar with the cars or racing in the night. So whenever they come out of the pits, you can feel that they need some laps to get into it. But it's very good fun, so I'm always leaving extra margin to some cars. But as long as there's no scratch on the car, I think we have a good chance.
When are you back out?
I will be back in the car at, I think, 6 in the morning, so I can have a long rest now. I didn't have any food yet, no dinner, so I'm going to get some dinner now.
Jens Klingman, thank you so much. Go and get some food.
Well, he's definitely earned his supper, has Jens Klingman. He was super quick in that Poulsen Motorsport BMW M4 GT3. They sit in 4th at the moment with team owner and Le Mans LMP2 winner in 2009, Christian Poulsen at the wheel. And the stint he pulled off at the beginning of the race, I think he was making fuel on board that car.
Yeah, you wouldn't expect anything else from Jens Klinsmann. He's right up there, isn't he, with the kind of superstar driver that we come across in this series. A car that's causing us a little bit of concern, MRS GT Porsche of Amado Quiros, the number 988, that's still in the pits, and he's been in the pits for, all right, it's 9 minutes, but that's still longer than a normal pit stop.
That's yes, that's about double the length of what the brake change should take. So yeah, that's a concern. Other cars that are in the pits at the moment, in fact one car that's got back going again and was in the pits for around half an hour was the 133 of James Collins and JMEC Engineering with their BMW. They're back going again, which is good. They were in the pits for quite some time, but they're still in the mix. They've got quite a lot of time to pull back on the Team Sorg Sport Porsche, but any issue for them and they're right back in the game. They've just got to keep on trucking. And for the first time in this race, Jan Lammers is aboard the Team Africa Le Mans car, so he's made his way over from Valencia and he's jumped in.
Great to see Jan out. We'll get a chance to talk to him in the morning, Peter, because we are about to wind up our coverage here this evening. I'll let you do the wind-up, Peter, and tell everybody when we're back, if you like.
That we are, yes. We're back at 7:30 local time here in Barcelona, 6:30 a.m. in the UK, 7:30 in most of Europe. We'll have coverage all the way to the flag, the race finishing at 12 o'clock local time, so 4.5 hours of straight race coverage there with myself and the rest of the RSL team. We're going to step away and get a little bit of a rest, but spare a thought for the drivers. They've got to go all through the night. Good luck to them. See you in the morning.